everyone. We don't know if speaking Spanish, Spanglish, which is something we know very well, or Portuguese, which is our brother language here. So, muchas gracias por venir. Nos preguntaban los medios quiénes están aquí. Aquí está el comité de la CIOMS que está regulando la investigación en humanos en el mundo, que se crea después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, precisamente para que no ocurriera lo que pasó cuando el principio de la beneficencia hizo que los médicos alemanes investigaran de una manera probablemente no adecuada. Se crea un comité mundial que preside el profesor Rego, en este caso para regular la investigación en países en situación de vulnerabilidad. Por ejemplo, ya hay una vacuna para el ébola, cómo hay que implementarla, etcétera, etcétera. Llevamos 2 años trabajando en Ginebra. Lo que se ha decidido en este encuentro en Extremadura es que este comité salga de Ginebra y se encuentre con gente que trabaja sobre poblaciones vulnerables, en este caso sobre poblaciones autóctonas americanas. Por eso tienen aquí a la izquierda el comité de la RIBEF, la Red Iberoamericana, que trabaja sobre genética de poblaciones indígenas, que se coordina desde aquí a Extremadura. De tal manera que Extremadura y este Parlamento se constituyen lugar de encuentro entre el comité que regula y aquellos que van a seguir la regulación. Para conducir el acto va a conducir una compañera de la Universidad de Extremadura, la profesora Eva Peñas Lledó, que se encargará de presentar primero las conclusiones del meeting que venimos a tener en Campus FI, en el norte de Extremadura. Hemos estado en retiro 2 días, un debate entre Latinoamérica y la India para confrontar puntos de vista de cómo creemos que se debe investigar sobre humanos, y ese resumen está plasmado en la Declaración de Mérida, Tahoe, que en vez de hacerla en español, portugués o inglés, la van a hacer los propios indígenas en su lengua, maya, náhuatl y quichua. Sin más, muchísimas gracias a la profesora Peñas Lledó. Te dejo la palabra.
Gracias a todos. Buenos días. And if you allow me, I'm going to speak in English for our guests. And we are very happy to have you here and to have the possibility, the opportunity to express to you all the conclusions we have got in the previous days and we are going to present here, to introduce here. Well, initially we are going to show a video with the main points that we have been working on about the work that it has to be done in autochthonous populations or vulnerable populations, in this way in America or in Latin America, but it can be expanded to other autochthonous populations. And a video will be presented and 3 persons that have been developing those videos from North Mexico, from South America, and from South Mexico too, and in Nahuatl, Quichua, and Maya. They will show the main points that we have got in the previous days that are about the relevance of the education of the research team, that is about values, and also the importance of the sociocultural context and the relevance of using pharmacogenetic biomarkers in these populations. Thanks so much. Marta Sosa, Isabel Hernández, and Julio Lara.
Good morning. The indigenous population of Mexico speaks more than 60 different languages. Nahuatl is the indigenous language that speaks is the most speaks language in Mexico. More than 2 million people speaks Nahuatl in this country. Then it will be the Mérida Declaration in Nahuatl language by a speaker of Nahuatl traductor. His name is Santos de la Cruz Hernández.
Buenos días con todos, muchas gracias. Yo soy del Ecuador, un país que se encuentra en Sudamérica con 17,000 habitantes aproximadamente. De estos 17,000, el 7% es comunidades indígenas repartidas en 47 comunidades indígenas. La Declaración de Mérida la hemos traducido a quichua por una persona autóctona de la región y les presentamos a ustedes con mucho gusto.
Muy buenos días. Yo voy a tener el gusto de presentar un fragmento de la Declaración de Mérida. Dijo, esta declaración, este fragmento es específicamente en lengua maya, y hablar de la población maya es hablar del segundo grupo más importante en México. Esta población se encuentra representada en el sureste de nuestro país, específicamente en la península de Yucatán, y conforma una población de 1,5 millones de habitantes en nuestro país. Para esta traducción vamos a ver en el video una compañera de la universidad que viene de extracción indígena y que actualmente es docente de nuestra universidad. Muchas gracias.
Tlatzintokilistli, pahtli, ipan, iwan ken mopahtia inmasewaltin, iwan ahkike, ahtominhuehke. Itzontilis intlamachtilistli, inkanin mochiwa topialis, toyuhtatilis, iwan inmasewalot. Farmacogenética poblacional. Tlaneltokilistli, Itlalnamiquilis in Red Iberoamericana de Farmacogenética, RIBEF, Itech Itlatzintoquilis de Pastilistli, Itech Masehualtin, Iwan Ahtique, Ahtominhuehque, In Monechicoa, Ipan In Tlaneltokilistli.
Chikan kuskakunapi kawsankuna, chikan uku tandachishka, uku imashina jambikunata chaskin, ñawpa kawsayman watarishka. Kaymi jambikunapa shinallatak allika yuyay rikuchina kutichikan. Taripayta rurangapak shinallata runakunamanda taripaypi chaykunata rikuna kanga. Chaymanda RIBEF ishkay waranga sukta watamandami wakin taripaykunata riksichishka. Imashina runa llaktakunapi chikan kutichikuna jambikunamanda tiyashkata. Jambinakunapak llakta kawsayta riksina. Imashina ininkuna, ayllumanda, llaktamanda, shimita shinallatak imashinata kawsankuna. Kunambika runa jambikuna, shuktak jambikunawanbash occidental nishkawan paktakan. Chaymanda wakinbika runa jambi ashtawan allinin, mana ashka kulkita mutsurin, hawalla tarina, kaywan jambirin, mana jambiktak mutsurishpa. Shinapash ashtawan alikanman jambikunamanda, allikaymandapash taripaypi runa jambikunamandapash jambina yachaykunapi yaykuchun. Chaywami allita jambikunata kuyta usharinga shinallata runakunamanda taripaykunapi paktaringa. Jambikunaman shinallata runakunamanda taripakunatapash imashina kana yachaykuna. Tukuy ñawpa nishkamanda, kawsaypuramanda, runa jambikunamanda shinallatak chayshu jambinakunamandapash jambikunapash shinallatak runakunamanda taripakunatapash yachaykunapi yaykuchina. Kallari yachaypika jambi yachaypi runakunamanda taripaypipash imashina kanata mana ashka shinlliyashka hina kana yachayka arinishka, paktachik, paskashka, kawsak, yanapak, villay, kushijinallata taripakunapak imashina kayta mutsurishka kan, shinallami ali taripayta rurayta usharinga.
Le nos behilop tile ribefo actan lesionso utial un malo chajal ushak lil tzak tumehen kajo uchuntanil uyesahil antit ho ushak lil tzak yetel to olal tumasewal kajo yetel otzilo unos benil shock u uchben tzak yetel farmacogenética letiobe. Malok chahalt, pati luyol, mak le shock, bishku bisi kubao, yetel ugel makop, yetel shan, bishku mentik umeya. utukultal tuyolal ubapachmil winik tush kumentik le shakalil shok. Utanil, uchikanil ichil tzakop helano le ayurveda tukahil India uyuchben tzak ahmeno yetel ulakop yan tunohochlumil América Latina. Uhub uchikulil farmacogenéticos ich kahesh balop kupexop ushakalil shokil tzak yetel ukalantal titoh olalilo. Tial umalo chahal umeyahil tzak. Yetel upekunsik almah tanil. Utzokole chah umoktanil ti sayaptal. Usentukulil tuyolal ukananil. Uliksik umalobil ushakalil shokil tzak te otzilil kahove.
For them. Those are real people working with us through the support of the government of Extremadura, Junta de Extremadura now for more than 15 years. So that touched our heart because this is the reality of those people that have made the Declaration of Mérida part of them. Now, decía que esto es gente real, trabajando con nosotros, amigos, de hecho, que llegan al corazón por gente con la que tenemos en común. De ahí nace la Declaración de Mérida. El Gobierno de Extremadura, la Junta de Extremadura, cuando le planteamos este acto, el presidente, compañero de muchos años, iniciador de la cooperación al desarrollo en esta comunidad, hace muchísimos años, cuando primera vez le nombraron parte del Gobierno, dijo, esto no se hace en un hotel, lo digo claramente, esto es parte de la gente de Extremadura, del pueblo de Extremadura, porque nosotros somos América. Eso no hace falta que lo argumente, porque todo el mundo lo conocéis, hasta genéticamente somos América, nos guste o no, y así lo sentimos. Por tanto, simbólicamente, él nos propuso, tiene que ser el Parlamento, así lo planteamos a la presidenta del Parlamento, y tiene que ser aquí. La propia presidenta del Parlamento nos ratificó y nos dijo, es seguro que es una acción que todos los diputados van a aceptar, porque es parte de las cosas que compartimos, que es nuestra idiosincrasia. Ambos han sido llamados a una reunión urgente a Bruselas. Sabéis que Bruselas manda, la nueva capital del imperio iba a decir, pero no lo voy a decir, lo pienso. Y entonces, antes de irse el presidente, el doctor Guillermo Fernández Vara, nos ha dejado una salutación antes de empezar el acto oficial. So the President of Extremadura was asked to go to Brussels, the new capital, but before leaving, just in order to show you that really what is the support that we receive here, he sent a video to us. Por favor, ¿nos puedes poner el vídeo el presidente? Gracias.
Les doy mi más cordial bienvenida a Extremadura. Solo una reunión que tengo en Bruselas me ha impedido poder acompañarles a lo largo de su estancia entre nosotros, ¿no? En unas jornadas de enorme trascendencia, cuyo impacto, además, llegará a mucha gente y hará posible que las cosas sigan mejorando, ¿no? Pero me gusta especialmente porque está la Organización Mundial de la Salud detrás, porque soy un defensor del multilateralismo, y también porque Extremadura es la razón de ser de la existencia de América Latina, y América Latina es la razón de ser de Extremadura, ¿no? Ese puente permanente que intentamos establecer en nuestras relaciones, en nuestra manera de entender la vida, de entender el futuro, de luchar por mejorarlo. Lo hacemos además siempre respetando la idiosincrasia, el que cada uno pueda ser y vivir como decida, y desde luego desde un movimiento muy transversal siempre. A mí así me gusta la investigación, desde el respeto por los valores, por las culturas, por la historia, por las costumbres, respeto por la idiosincrasia de cada uno, ¿no? Por esa razón me parece que esta jornada de salud y medicamentos compone un escenario que merece la pena y que yo realmente agradezco que hayan decidido celebrar aquí en Extremadura, ¿no? Sumarme además a la alegría de la Declaración de Mérida, porque eso significa ponerse de acuerdo. Yo soy un defensor de salirse siempre al encuentro entre gente que vive en diferentes lugares del mundo, entre gente que pueda tener percepciones y matices en su manera de entender el mundo y la vida, ¿no? Así que bienvenidos a todos y que pasen una feliz estancia entre nosotros.
He is the representing, for you who don't know, he's representing the King of Spain, the state, so just symbolically in his word. So just para finalizar la inauguración oficial, quedo la palabra para llevar la ceremonia a la profesora Peña Lledó, sin decir que aquí no hay ninguna organización profesional, nosotros somos empleados, en mi caso del Servicio Extremeño de Salud y de la Universidad, entonces el apoyo de Onda Campus, que son compañeros de la universidad que andan por aquí, y los propios investigadores y miembros del Centro de Investigación Clínica y del Instituto de Investigación Sanitaria recién creados que han organizado todo esto, totalmente amateur, porque no podía ser de otra manera, así que Marcos, Dani, que no está por aquí, Celia, muchísimas gracias a todos. Y a la Asamblea de Extremadura, que ha sido la colaboración excelente, de verdad, muchísimas gracias.
Gracias. A continuación habla don Antonio Rodríguez Osuna, el alcalde de la ciudad de Mérida. Next, Antonio Rodríguez Osuna, Mayor of the City of Mérida. Thank you.
Thank you. Buenos días a todas y a todos. Vicepresidente primero de la Asamblea de Extremadura, querido secretario general de la CIOMS, querido director de la Agencia de Cooperación, querido rector, diputados y diputadas de la Asamblea de Extremadura, me van a permitir que las primeras palabras las dirija también, como no, en inglés para dar la bienvenida. Good morning. I would like to welcome all to Mérida, the capital of Extremadura and a World Heritage City. This ancient city has a message raised with a history that covers multiple cultures, religions and traditions that together have made it an integration, diverse, accessible and egalitarian city. Bienvenidos a la ciudad de Mérida, la capital de Extremadura, una ciudad patrimonio de la humanidad que es antigua y gracias a eso una mezcla de historia, de cultura, religiones y tradiciones que han hecho de esta una ciudad integradora, diversa, accesible e igualitaria. Saludos y bienvenidos a todos los asistentes como alcalde de la capital. Agradecer, por supuesto, a la ESCI y a la Red Iberoamericana de Farmacogenética y Farmacogenómica que hayan elegido Mérida y la Asamblea de Extremadura como lugar en el que se van a hacer lectura de esta declaración de Mérida, que además va a sentar las bases, al menos la intención de los investigadores y de las entidades implicadas, para dar un giro a esas investigaciones que van a hacer un uso seguro y eficaz de medicamentos en poblaciones autóctonas de América Latina. La relevancia de este acto, que cuenta con el apoyo, como he dicho anteriormente, del Consejo Internacional de Organizaciones de Ciencias Médicas, cuyo organismo además está relacionado con la Organización Mundial de la Salud y la UNESCO, situará a Mérida como referente de la justicia social. Una vez más, esta ciudad se pone a disposición de los grandes proyectos de cooperación en el mundo. El nombre de Mérida estará unido para siempre en la Sociedad de Pautas y Guías Éticas Internacionales para la Investigación Biomédica en Seres Humanos. Nos espera una jornada por delante intensa que comienza con una declaración en la que están implicadas, que ha comenzado con una declaración en la que están implicadas los organismos más importantes de este sector y que debe servir como acicate para la industria farmacéutica. La Declaración de Mérida supone, sin duda alguna, un hito mundial que esta ciudad acoge y agradece. Mérida pide más información científica sobre la eficacia y seguridad de los medicamentos en poblaciones mestizas. Tenemos un compromiso con el mundo, lo tiene nuestra región, y este es un paso fundamental. Con esta declaración, con la Declaración de Mérida y con la presencia de las instituciones aquí presentes, entre las que se encuentra este Ayuntamiento de la capital extremeña, junto con la Asamblea de Extremadura y la Junta de Extremadura, apostamos unidos y comprometidos para eliminar la brecha biotecnológica en el mundo. Muchas gracias, sean bienvenidos.
Muchas gracias. A continuación tiene la palabra el doctor Lembit Rego, que es el secretario general de la CIOMS. Next, Dr. Lembit Rego, General Secretary of CIOMS, talks. Thanks.
Buenos días. I think my Spanish is still too bad, so I have to continue in English. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here, and from the CIOMS, Council for International Organizations of Medical Sciences, it's really my pleasure to be in this very special occasion here, because we launched 2 years ago the working group about the clinical research in resource-limited settings. The whole mission of CIOMS, Council for International Organizations of Medical Sciences, is to try to improve the public health by issuing guidance documents. And this guidance document, I think, is extremely important for the very simple reason, because the populations in resource-limited settings, disadvantaged settings and disadvantaged populations, they can't benefit from the modern healthcare and the innovation without clinical research. So the clinical research is the tool through which we can improve the public health, that we can improve the health of populations also in resource-limited settings, also the populations who are in one or another way disadvantaged. Now, to do that, of course, there is a lot of things that have been going well in the world, and we can make the progress, but also we can see that there are also obstacles for doing the clinical research in resource-limited settings. And our working group tries to look on the challenges and opportunities of the clinical research in these settings. And of course, with every working group, you have one limited trouble. You can't involve everybody in your working group. So this is what we are also trying to benefit today, during these days here, is that we can try to combine our efforts to listen the voices from Latin America, from indigenous populations, to try to benefit and give input to our group, that we could try to build on that and have our guidance, which hopefully would facilitate the good quality clinical research in resource-limited settings. So we are extremely excited, and we are extremely grateful for the governments of Extremadura, the Mérida city, the Extremadura University, and also to the member of our working group, Professor Adrian Lerena, who was initiating this idea, and we discussed how we could make the more links between the various initiatives, how we could benefit from the work done also here with the support of the Extremadura government in Latin America, and how we could benefit these networks that Professor Lerena has built during the years. And I think in the public health, in the end, I would say there is one little problem. If you work in the public health, you can always do better. If you work in some other areas, you can be more calm. You can go to sleep, you have done well. But in public health, you can always do better. No matter how good you are, you can always do better. I don't know any hospital who can't do better. I don't know any medical practitioner who can't do better. I don't know any society who can't do better in terms of public health. So we all have the obligation, and we have to have the commitment to work for the public health, and I think it's extremely rewarding to see that in this environment in Spain, the governance of the Extremadura is also investing in developing public health, not only in their own region, which I know is also ongoing, but also beyond, and trying to help some of the populations who may not yet benefit fully from the clinical research. Thank you very much.
Gracias. A continuación, Ángel Calle Suárez, director de la Agencia Extremeña de Cooperación Internacional al Desarrollo. Ángel Calle Suárez, Director of the International Cooperation Office of Extremadura. Thank you.
Gracias. Buenos días a todas. Buenos días a todos. Es un placer, y lo digo con mucha sinceridad, Adrián lo sabe, después de tanto esfuerzo, tenerles aquí a todas, tenerles aquí a todos. Tengo que explicarlo, Adrián. Esta mesa está excesivamente masculinizada. Es una evidencia. No es representativo ni de lo que hacemos ni de lo que creemos. Pero evidentemente Adrián lo explicaba bien al inicio. Bruselas llama y hay que atender. La directora general de Acción Exterior debería estar aquí, la presidenta de la Asamblea debería estar aquí. Había un equilibrio paritario representativo de lo que es esta tierra y de lo que esta región cree. pero inevitablemente hay veces que hay que responder y no nos ha permitido mantener ese equilibrio, ese justo equilibrio. Vicepresidente de la Asamblea, gracias por abrir la casa. Alcalde de Mérida, gracias, como siempre, por seguir abriendo esta ciudad. Secretario General de la CIOMS, un placer tenerle aquí. Amigo y compañero rector de la Universidad de Extremadura, gracias por acompañarnos. Decía que en nombre de la Junta de Extremadura, gracias a todas y a todos, porque como decía el doctor Adrián Llerena, hoy para nosotros hay cierto sabor emotivo, después de más de 15 años trabajando y apoyando la red iberoamericana de farmacogenética, farmacogenómica. Unos proyectos que probablemente se hayan convertido en los proyectos más singulares de la cooperación de Extremadura. En nuestra capacidad más vanguardista de análisis, de investigación, desde un rigor científico que nunca ha olvidado la obligatoriedad de seguir generando esa riqueza social para al final conllevar lo que para nosotros la cooperación simboliza: generación de igualdad de oportunidades y redistribución de la riqueza. Eso es lo que nos mueve. Eso es lo que estas investigaciones simbolizan para nosotros: seguir generando conocimiento para poder seguir repartiendo y poder seguir redistribuyendo. Otro de los simbolismos de hoy lo han escuchado ustedes, y probablemente es la primera vez que reverberan en estas tierras europeas estas tres lenguas indígenas a la vez. Después de tantos siglos de relaciones, después de tantas y tantas décadas de colaboración, creo que es la primera vez que escuchamos, no solo en esta región, sino en este continente, a la vez el náhuatl, el maya y el quichua. Es algo que representa también nuestra voluntad de una cooperación horizontal, sin ninguna voluntad de imponer nada y con esa necesidad de seguir aprendiendo de todos y todas ustedes. De verdad que es un placer poder establecer estos puentes de comunicación, estos puentes de colaboración y poder construir realidades cada vez más próximas. Tender puentes, reconocernos mutuamente, que se sientan en una tierra de acogida y que la investigación de Extremadura y de la red siga siendo pionera en esta realidad global. Estas tres personas indígenas exigían en esta declaración de Mérida-Tejó tres ideas fundamentales que probablemente cualquiera de los doctores que estáis aquí sabrían explicar en términos mucho más científicos que yo, pero que resumo para todos y para todas, en que es necesario tener en cuenta la identidad genética de las poblaciones donde llegan la farmacología y la farmacopea que desde aquí se generan, por esa necesidad de respeto básico a la humanidad, que es necesario ver y analizar, y así nos lo exigían, cómo conviven la medicina propia, la medicina ancestral, con la medicina que desde aquí se emite o se envía para sus nuevos sistemas de salud, y fundamentalmente analizar qué formación en ética, qué formación en valores, qué formación moral tienen los investigadores y las investigadoras que tratan, que trabajan y que colaboran en todos estos estudios científicos con estas poblaciones indígenas. Que lo digan ellos tiene mucho más valor que lo diga yo, pero que lo digan ellos también es cierta parte de la responsabilidad de lo que la cooperación extremeña pretende, dar voz y que aquí se escuche. Gracias a todos, de verdad, gracias por este enorme esfuerzo de tantos y tantos años de trabajo. Para mí es un orgullo poder estar aquí hoy acompañándoles. Buenos días.
Muchísimas gracias. A continuación, Antonio Hidalgo García, rector de la Universidad de Extremadura. Next, the rector of the University of Extremadura. Thank you.
Muy buenos días a todos. Good morning, everybody. Para mí es un auténtico placer, más que un placer, un honor estar en el día de hoy. En primer lugar, agradecer a nuestros siempre amables y gentiles anfitriones, la Asamblea, con su presidente, la ciudad de Mérida, con su alcalde, y saludar también a Ángel. Es difícil director de AECI, y al doctor Rago, secretario general de la CIOMS, del comité, no, lo diré mal seguro, del Consejo Internacional de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Como decía, es un honor para mí estar en esta declaración de Mérida-Tijó. Como universitario, como representante de la universidad, tuve el enorme gusto de reunirme ayer con el grupo que ha estado reunido en la Sierra de Gata durante unos días para preparar esta declaración. Con ellos, dialogando con ellos, uno llega a darse cuenta del alcance de esta declaración. Esta declaración viene a demostrar científicamente la existencia de una variabilidad, de una necesidad de implementar los estudios de farmacogénica o de farmacia todo lo que es la singularidad genética de las poblaciones. Llegaban a decir que, dada esa variabilidad genética del resto de las poblaciones, mezclada con la alimentación, mezclada con las costumbres, la medicina tradicional, como decía el director de AECI, puede que un medicamento diseñado expresamente para unas determinadas enfermedades europeas pueda llegar a ser un veneno, más que un remedio, un agrandamiento de la enfermedad en esas poblaciones indígenas. Como dice Adrián Llerena, los outliers, es decir, los que no están dentro de esa media, también forman parte de la humanidad. Y como también decía el director de CIOMS, es decir, es necesario ampliar esa visibilidad, esa gama de trabajo que permita incluir al máximo número posible de personas. Pero esta declaración, digamos, evento científico, este desarrollo científico, además tiene una componente humana. Es decir, se dedican no ya solo a ese estudio científico que incluya la variabilidad genética, sino que además están preocupados por cómo se llevan a cabo esos desarrollos científicos dentro de las poblaciones indígenas. Lo decía también el director, es decir, estar preocupados por esos choques culturales, por qué o esa forma de entender la medicina desde el punto de vista occidental no es fácil trasladarla a poblaciones indígenas donde sus condiciones sociales, culturales, son completamente diferentes. Y tenemos que estar al tanto, es decir, tenemos que ser lo suficientemente capaces como para ser sensibles a esas otras formas que son tan o más dignas o más humanas que las nuestras, o cuando menos respetarlas. Por lo tanto, como universidad, formar parte, aunque sea de una manera lateral, de esta declaración de la renta, declaración y eso que no estamos en mayo, declaración de Mérida o declaración es para la universidad un privilegio y supongo, como decía el alcalde de Mérida, pasar hacia épocas posteriores, hacia el futuro, como una institución que se involucró en este tipo de trabajo muy meritorio. Por eso solo deseo que la CIOMS, y han comentado también que está la industria farmacéutica aquí, es decir, acojan esta declaración con los mayores de los cariños y con el mayor de los mimos. Creo que esto nos hará a toda la industria, a toda la Organización Mundial de la Salud, mucho más humana y mucho mejor. Y poco más. Agradecer a Adrián Llerena, a Eva, a todo el grupo que han dicho que ha organizado este acto, a ECI, a la Junta de Extremadura, por esa implicación económica en la defensa de estos trabajos, y nada más. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Muchísimas gracias. Thanks so much. And finally, Miguel Ángel Morales Sánchez, vicepresidente primero de la Asamblea de Extremadura, first vice president of the Assembly of Extremadura. Thank you.
Buenos días a todas y a todos. Muchas gracias. Gracias, en primer lugar, quiero personalificarlo en mi amigo y compañero hace mucho tiempo, Adrián Llerena. Gracias por tener el acierto de implicarnos a la Asamblea de Extremadura en este proyecto en el esfuerzo de investigación. En nombre de la presidenta, que como ratifico las palabras de mi compañero Ángel Calle, director de la Agencia Extremeña de Cooperación, no ha sido una casualidad, ha sido una obligación de la presidenta de la Asamblea estar hoy en Bruselas. Está la máxima representante del Poder Legislativo en Extremadura y del Poder Ejecutivo, hablando de cuestiones que interesan a esta región, y estoy aquí yo, como vicepresidente primero, en esta inauguración de este simposio. En nombre de mis compañeros y de mis compañeras de los 4 grupos políticos que componemos la representación de algo más de 1 millón de extremeños y extremeñas, del Grupo Ciudadano, del Grupo Popular, del Grupo Unidas por Extremadura y del Grupo Socialista, le damos la bienvenida, en nombre propio, le damos la bienvenida a esta que es la casa de todos los extremeños y de todas las extremeñas. Es el Parlamento, es la Asamblea de Extremadura, donde legislamos en aquellas cuestiones que son de competencia en nuestra comunidad, en base a la Constitución española y en base al Estatuto de Autonomía, que es el máximo norma que rigen los destinos de Extremadura. Y tengo el honor de estar en esta presentación, un honor como vicepresidente de la Asamblea, pero permítanme que yo, que soy poco proclive a boatos y cargos, me interesan bastante poco. Tengo un honor especial porque tengo una vocación permanente de cooperante. En esto venimos trabajando y vengo trabajando hace muchísimo tiempo desde el ámbito municipal, desde el ámbito de la cooperación descentralizada. Y, sobre todo, como extremeño, orgulloso de lo que hemos trabajado con los hermanos de América Latina. Y, además, soy un compañero insomne de las causas justas de un lado y de otro del océano. Es indudable, y no digo nada nuevo, que atravesamos momentos muy complicados, tiempos convulsos para nuestras democracias. El populismo, los nacionalismos, la xenofobia, el racismo y el odio, en todas sus variantes, se plasman en proyectos políticos que aspiran a levantar muros, a acabar fronteras y a establecer un mundo dividido entre ricos y pobres, blancos y negros. Ignoran que en una sola mancha cabe el mundo, como diría o como escribió Silvio Rodríguez, e imaginan grietas invisibles en las que eligen dicotomías inexistentes cuando la única crisis real es la que nos atañe a todos los hombres y a todas las mujeres en un planeta que se extingue por la mezquindad de un sistema de mercado salvaje y vacíos de valores sensibles y del humanismo. Están ustedes aquí para encarar problemáticas complejas, sí, pero también para no perder la oportunidad de seguir tendiendo puentes con América Latina fundamentalmente, en una relación entre iguales, porque nuestros compañeros de viaje, nuestros hermanos y hermanas americanos, tienen tantas cuestiones que aportarnos como nosotros a ellos, como ellos a nosotros. Lo que me gusta decir, la cooperación de ida y vuelta. Extremadura es una región, como decía, apenas algo más de 1 millón de habitantes, pero en su Estatuto de Autonomía habla claro y alto sobre lo que deben ser sus políticas, las políticas públicas. Y Extremadura es solidaria con cada rincón del planeta. Extremadura es americana y es europea. Y tiene la obligación, en el artículo 1.4, de proyectar sus políticas hacia Portugal y hacia América Latina. La Ley de Cooperación de Extremadura establece que esta comunidad autónoma, las políticas públicas que dirige el director y la agencia, están y se impulsan en colaboración con organizaciones no gubernamentales para dirigirlo a actividades formativas y a cualquier otro tipo de tareas que se consideren adecuadas con finalidades concretas, como promover la educación, la toma de conciencia y la sensibilización de la sociedad extremeña respecto de la situación y de las dificultades de los países de desarrollo y de la necesidad de promover un orden solidario, justo y equitativo. Difundir el conocimiento de la realidad de los países en vía de desarrollo y la cooperación para el desarrollo. Y también promover e impulsar la participación ciudadana en las acciones para la cooperación al desarrollo. Están celebrando este simposio para intercambiar información, para concebir proyectos y para profundizar nuestra eterna vocación de servicio en un continente que nos ha dado tanto que sería imposible en este momento enumerar las razones de nuestro agradecimiento. Agradecimiento que hacemos extensivo para construir un futuro conjunto que atraviese muros, que cure grietas y que tape trincheras, porque el mundo es uno solo. Y aunque algunos no se enteren aún, vivimos todos y todas en él. Los de aquí, los de allí, los de allí y los de aquí. Y finalizo con una reflexión que hacía el secretario general de la CIOM. Ojalá el dinero, ojalá el poder económico no condicione un derecho fundamental para la ciudadanía global, para la ciudadanía mundial, como es el derecho a la salud. El trabajo que están haciendo ustedes de investigación, estoy seguro que va en ese camino. Ojalá las políticas públicas de todas las administraciones, más allá del ámbito territorial, sea autonómico, sea municipal, sea nacional, sea internacional, vayan enfocados a que todos y todas, más allá del color, más allá de la raza, en esta ciudadanía global, tengan los mismos derechos de acceso a una sanidad y a una salud pública. Muchas gracias por la invitación y encantado de recibirles, y reitero, recibirles en esta casa, que es su casa y la de todos los extremeños y extremeñas.
Muchísimas gracias a todos por las sabias palabras y mensajes. Thanks so much to all of them for the very wise words and messages sent. And next we will start the symposium. So thank you very much to everybody. Thank you. Gracias.
please, can you please take your seat in order to give now? Okay. Yeah, Enrique Terán. Enrique, tú vas a moderar, si te quieres poner ahí por si quieres intervenir, yo solo voy a presentar. El simposio, bueno, yo lo presento. No. Sorry, we will try to keep the schedule. This is an organization based in Switzerland, you know, and we need to follow a schedule. Sorry for that. Sorry for the presentation. Some of them were in Spanish, but in summary, all people representing here, both the university, the government, and the parliament as such, they were really touched emotionally, and they really, really appreciate that you came together here to this remote place of Europe, at least to communicate in this which is part of Latin America. Also, they appreciate very much Lembit words. And I tell you, because I know all of them for many years, that was sincere. Even all political groups, people from the right party, for the left, for very left, all of them came here to say hello. I was mixing them, congratulating the communists that they were the right and so on. But anyhow, really feel happy. You are just at home. Now we will have three talks, giving you 3 examples. This is not the whole truth. We just want to, as we agree, put examples in front of you. 3 examples of 3 different continents that will be moderated by Professor Peñas. Actually, Jose Pedro. Jose Pedro, can you please come to the... Yeah. So these 3 persons, the persons who are on the table are representing India, of course, is Siwan, Professor Siwan Diwakar. He is professor of computational neurosciences. The new generation, they play with computer and they build up the brain. And with that, they do a lot of things in a wonderful, small, tiny place which is Amritapuri in Kerala. I was there, visiting a professor. I'm proud to meet him and the group working in Amritapuri because it's a clear university where values are actually the main, or one of the main point that define the university. So, and now after these 3 days that we have been spending together, I consider him much more a life brother than really a scientific colleague. So he will tell you things about India. We have Professor Eduardo Tarazona Santos, which is a mix of Latin Americans. He was born in Lima, Peru, and he decided, no, I want to go better. So he went to Italy. So he grew up in Italy as a scientist, at the end, like Enrique and Samuel, he said, I want to go back to the continent because this is my land. So he took a position in the Universidade Federal de Minas Gerais, which is in Belo Horizonte in Brazil. And now he is keeping working between Brazil and Peru, doing a lot of things. His work is molecular ancestry, and he's a molecular geneticist. And the third one, representing Africa, as you can see, is again a mixture of new generations. Jose Pedro Gil, he was born in Lisbon. For us, is Lusitania. This was the capital of Lusitania. But he grew up as me. His alma mater is Karolinska Institute in Sweden. There's no Swedish here, fortunately. He's representing Sweden. But his work is performing in Africa. He's doing, as a clinical pharmacologist, I appreciate very much this type of people doing independent clinical trials, which is extremely complicated. This is my job, to engage people in clinical trials, non-profit clinical trials in Africa with children. Being in Stockholm, probably this is the most difficult part. It's a chaotic situation, but Jose Pedro is doing that for many, many, many years. That's why he just flew from Angola yesterday to Lisbon. He drove, and he arrived yesterday evening. So this is the 3 examples that we will put in front of you. So thank you so much. Please, Eva, you can give the word to different people.
Now, the first one talk is going to be Enrique Terán from the University of San Francisco in Quito, Ecuador, and he's going to talk about the Ibero-American Pharmacogenetics Network, and we'll introduce it and summarize all the work done. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here, and I was given the honor to summarize for you what is the Ibero-American Pharmacogenetics Network. this was a very interesting history to tell you very quickly. Which one is the point? Yes. But this history started long time ago. It was year 2000 when I was back to Ecuador, and I was invited by the National Institute of Health for a meeting in Mexico City to talk about research in Latin America. I met this guy, Jose Maria Chema Cantú, a genetist from Mexico. He was at that time probably the pioneer of genetic in Latin America, and he was part of the Human Genome Project as leader from Latin America. And we were talking about what to do in terms of research in the region. And he mentioned me, genetics will not be enough for Latin America. We need to think in something different for the region. 3-4 years after, we got the opportunity to meet together. We were in Cuernavaca by another meeting organized by PAHO and the National Institute of Health and CONICYT from Mexico. And again, Chema Cantú told me, what is happening? What are we planning to do for the region? And he mentioned me, I met a guy in Los Angeles that he's from Spain, and he is trying to study what's happening with Latin American population. So you probably try to meet him and plan to do something together. After a couple of years, Chema died. Cancer won the fight, and Chema passed away. And in 2007, I was appointed as the health head of CITED, the Ibero-American Program for Science and Technology. So I got the opportunity to start talking with all researchers in health in the Ibero-American area. It was the opportunity then to understand much better the research that this guy, that Chema Cantú, was mentioning me. So I learned about what Adrián Llerena was doing in Los Angeles at that time, and he was concentrated in study metabolites of the drugs. And basically what he was doing was to understand what happened with metabolism of the drugs. And to do the long history very easy, there was 3 groups of metabolizers, as you probably are aware. So the normal ones that are the majority, but there are 2 extremes, the slow metabolites and the faster metabolites. So population can be then divided in 2 big groups that are important to take in consideration. Those that are slow metabolizers, where the drugs at usual dosage produce toxicity, and the ultra-rapid metabolizers, where the usual dosage is lacking of efficacy. But those kind of analyses were performed all around the world, except, as you can see in the map, in Latin American countries. No information about what happened with metabolism of the drugs in Latin America. So at that point, I met Professor Llerena at the CITED. He proposed to create an Ibero-American network to study pharmacogenetics, and it was the opportunity to make real what Chema Cantú was during several years planning, and we met each other, and we had the opportunity to work together several years since then. Adrián Llerena created such an impressive network of countries working together in pharmacogenetics. What CITED, as Ibero-American program, was asking was to get at least 4 countries working together. But as you can see, most of the countries in Latin America were concentrated by Adrián to work together and put the effort together to understand what is happening with our population. And at the end of the CITED program, those were the impressive results. Being in CITED, I never seen such a productive network in terms of collaboration, human resources capabilities, and even more publications of proper results. So with that in mind, the history shouldn't be enough at this time. And that is how the program closes in 2009 for CITED. And as you can see in this calendar, in 2008, it was produced the Declaration of Cartagena de Indias, that was the previous one of the Mérida Declaration, when this group of researchers decided, with 40 groups working in Latin America, that it was quite important to understand how genetics is influencing in terms of pharmacos and drugs in the population, native population. So since then, we were looking for some more activities, and Professor Llorena got to the AEC6, the cooperation agency from Extremadura, to get some financial resources in addition to create this project called CEIBA, that was the European Ibero-American Consortium of Pharmacogenetics, where we tried to understand better what was happening then in the clinics with our population. And we did 3 basic analyses, that was the genotyping, the phenotyping, and the ancestry studies. It was such a big study, probably the biggest one all around the world, where we were capable to recruit 6,000 people from Latin America. Most of the countries in Latin America participate in different ways, but it was able to collect samples that were not only a process to send in sample, it was to build capabilities locally to analyze those samples and to get results locally. After that, we moved to another second project called Mestifar. That Mestifar was to try to understand the ancestry of those people, where are coming from and why is different what we were finding in each one of the places. And we built something like this that was amazing for us to better understand what is the genetical load of each one of the population. As you can see very easily here, red one means the Spanish load, the green one is the indigenous one, and we have the blue that is the African ancestry. And you can see, depending on the place where we were studying, how different the process is. But that was not enough. Our people keep working on methods to try to do the phenotype, because as you are aware of that, it's not enough to get the genes. Even more important is to know if those genes are really active, are really working. So we decide to build our own method, our cocktail, to provide a small amount of drugs and to test if those genes are able to really metabolize the drug into the body. And with that, we reach the last part of this long history, that is the IFEROVEN project, where we're trying to link genes and metabolic phenotypes in Ibero-American population to better understand what is really happening. Those all aspects has produced a huge impact in terms of scientific transfer technology into the region. So if you take in account the years provided by CITED, that were 4 years, these remaining years from 2010 to now is provided by what the Agencia Española and Agencia Extremeña de Cooperación Internacional has provided. So we had more than 86 human resources exchange. We have training based on more than 300 activities, publication more than 50. That is probably amazing for the region, and that is what means Ibero-American pharmacogenetic networks, probably one of the most successful histories to tell about. Thank you.
Eduardo Tarazona Santos from the Universidad de Minas Gerais de Brasil, Minas Gerais University.
Thanks, Eva. I will present some results from the RIBEF regarding ancestry, also on behalf of the RIBEF investigators. So I will talk briefly about, should be writing Tarazona, no, not that one. It's not there. No, ninguna de esas. Okay, what I will do is I will do an outline of the presentation. I will, considering that we have people coming, not all of us are from Latin America or Spain, I will briefly talk some issues about what health and the population of Latin America, and then I will maybe we will yeah.
Sorry about this.
A typical test that we make in the university when I was a student. When we hate a professor in general, what we did was to close slides. So it's a test for you to be promoted to professor catedrático. So
okay.
Like everything without the slides, because I think they will understand the main points.
Yeah. So, as Adriano said, my name is Eduardo. I am from the Federal University of Minas Gerais in Brazil. And obviously I am... Okay, so we will talk about... I will do a presentation based... Enrique presented, did an introduction about the Ibero-American network of pharmacogenetics. As you have seen, this is a very broad network of investigators working on yeah. Okay, and so let's talk about, then I will show the slides that will follow what I will be doing, okay? So this is very maybe important for some people that we have here people coming from Africa, from India. So when we talk about Native American, we are talking about more than 600 million people. Latin Americans are around 8% of the worldwide population. It's not as much as India, for example, but this is a very important part of the world. Yeah, and maybe an important point is that this 8% of people of the world, we are conquering the United States of America, because the immigrants, the Latin American immigrants into the USA, into the US, are the fastest growing community, minority in the US. And in 2050 around, we will be the most important minority in the US, okay? Currently we are something about 50 million people in the United States, 30 million people in the United States, and in the 2050, what is called the US Hispanic Latino will be the largest minority in the United States of America. Even if there are some corrections, because currently, opposite to what Donald Trump said, there are not too many people arriving from the Latin America to the U.S. as before. So some organizations in the United States are correcting the forecast about how many U.S. Hispanics will be, Latinos will be in 2050. Okay. Oh. Thank you very much. Okay, you already know me. That's what I was saying. This is the Latin American population. I remember in 1975 there was a program in the Latin America TV called 300 millones en español. Now we have more than 600 million people. And this is what I was saying. Now in the United States, the U.S. Hispanic Latinos, so the descendants or the Latin American immigrants, are something like 50 millions. In 2050, there will be around 100 millions of descendants of Latin Americans in the U.S. Okay, so let's talk briefly about the socioeconomic environment of this Latin American population. A very important thing is that the Latin American population is a young population. Only 14% around of Latin America are over 60 years, so they are at risk of premature death by, for example, non-communicable disease. So this means that this population, most of the Latin American population, is working and is currently contributed to the development of the region. Okay, so a very important issue in public health is that premature mortality could be reduced with early identification of high-risk subjects, and issues like pharmacogenetics or precision medicine could help to reduce this burden. Another important point is that there is a lot of migration within Latin America. There is also always migration from Latin America to the US. Now we have migration within South America, but there is a lot of migration from rural areas to urban areas. Okay, and this is a very important context in Latin America, and this affects the burden of, for example, non-communicable disease, because migrants with nearly 70% of the rural population does not carry any of illness like blood pressure, lipidemias, diabetes, etc. But migrants frequently adopt negative risk factors associated with urban life, like higher obesity incidence, diabetes, but not always, sometimes hypertension. Okay? So there is very important point. So what is different in our context of low middle income countries? So Latin America is not only different from the genetic point of view, it's also different because populations like African populations, Indian population, other populations that LMIC are different in respect to high income countries, because this population from the point of view, for example, of NCD, had a different exposure to large burdens of infection when they arrive to the adult life. Some of them have been had undernutrition when they were younger, when they were child, and this is stressed by the fact that between 1970 and 1980, more than 50% of the population in LMIC were stunted. So this determined now that we have an early, the appearance or non-communicable disease occurs early with respect to high-income countries. So there are a set of environmental factors that determine difference between Latin American and other population that are in LMIC context with respect to European population, for example. So let's talk about the ancestry of Latin American populations, which is another important issue here. You probably, those of you that are from Latin America and Spain maybe know this guy. This is the Inca Garcilaso de la Vega, which was is a chronicler, is a cronista, okay? This was one of the first most famous mestizos. He was the son of a Spaniard man, and she had an indigenous mother, and she's one of the most famous chroniclers about the beginning of the 16th century. Okay, she's a representation what a mestizo is. And this is a map, including you already showed this. Let's talk about what we are talking when we talk about operationally ancestry. When we talk ancestry, we are talking about the fact that with some genetic markers, is something the RIBEF has been doing for the last years, we can measure for each individual and we can quantify for each individual which percentage of their genomes are Europeans, are Africans, or are Native Americans. So this is a representation about what Latin America is. So you can see this plot in which we have a lot of something like 3,000 very, very small vertical bars. And in each vertical bars, you have the proportion of Native American ancestry, which is in green, European ancestry, which is in red, and African ancestry, which is in blue. And you can see that in the Americas, in Latin Americans, you have all possible combination of admixtures. So there are people that are very, very European, there are people that are very, very African, there are people that are very, very Native Americans, but there are also all the possible combinations between this ancestry. This is a different representation of this. In the extreme, the RIBEF, you can say the enormous diversity that almost cover most of the possibilities of the triangle between the three extremes. So this is just to show the huge diversity that is possible to find in Latin America, and how the RIBEF actually have a very good representation of this diversity. Okay, so this is the most recent paper from the Latin American, from the RIBEF. Okay, as you can see, maybe the table before was not, most of them were, all of them were men, but we have a lot of women between the authors of in clinical pharmacology. This is relevant for people that design clinical trials. This is relevant for the design of clinical trials. I am showing there only some drugs for which there are clinical annotations that are relevant at the clinical level. They are not all of them, but this is some example, okay? And the issue here is that why it is important to consider pharmacogenetics when a clinical trial is designed, okay? In a mixed population that may be 2 Native American, maybe 2 African, or 2 European. So here the issue is that there is individual variation for these genes, these variants, but there is also population variation. Some populations are different in respect to these variants that determine that individuals are ultra-rapid metabolizers or slow metabolizers. So there are variations between individuals, and there are variation between populations, which is important to figure out which is important when you will design a clinical trial. But the problem, one of the problems that we are addressing in this publication is the distribution of these pharmacovariants in non-European population, and in particular in Native American population, is limited. The knowledge about how these variants are distributed around the world is not very well known. But we are addressing this problem. I will show just some examples of these variants that are important from the point of view of clinical pharmacology. And there are two axes of variation when we talk about Latin America. One is the continental ancestry. Population in Latin America may be a mix of continental, three different ancestries, okay? So one source of variation is if the population is the level of Native American, African, or European admixture. And for example, for this allele, for this allele here, okay, some alleles are negatively associated with Native American ancestry. You can see here at your right, for example, this is an allele, this is a phenotype actually, an inferred phenotype. So individuals that are ultra-rapid metabolizer for this gene, okay, Native American populations have very low levels. As when you have a population with two Native American ancestry, the frequency of ultra-rapid metabolizer decrease sharply respect to this phenotype, which is to be ultra-rapid metabolizer for these genes that is important, for example, for the metabolism of drugs like clopidogrel and others, okay? But you can see that even with this relation, there are some level of variation between populations that are very, very Native American. So here you have another example of CYP2D6 allele. This is a defective allele for CYP2D6, in which you have that in populations that have different levels of European ancestry, the frequency of this allele, for example, increase as the population is much more European. Okay? So this information is important because if you will design a clinical trial in a specific population or including a different set of populations, it's important that you consider how is the frequency, the expected frequency of ultra-rapid or slow metabolizer in those populations, particularly if these populations are admixed, for example, and are in Latin America. Okay? But this is another example. These are two alleles that are defective. So individuals with these alleles have a slower metabolism for some drugs. In this case, some antidepressants, for example. And you can see, for example, that for these defective alleles, if you have more African ancestry, okay, the frequency of these variants increase in Latin American populations because these are typically African alleles. But in addition to this, okay, I was talking about variation related to that mixture. But in addition to this, we have variation related to the Native American ancestry. So even populations that are very, very high Native American ancestry, that are not admixed, are almost 100% of Native American, there is a variation, there is a component of variation that is typical of the Native American ancestry. And for example, for CYP2D6, which is clinically relevant phenotypes, okay? The Bribri from Costa Rica and the Seri from Mexico have a high frequency of poor metabolizers individuals. We have seen, for example, that we, for example, have very high frequencies in some small populations of these alleles, for example, in Tarahumara from Mexico, and another example are the Uto-Aztecan populations, particularly Mexicanero, Guarigio, and Tarahumara. Are those your populations? Yeah, the Sandra, Carlos populations, okay? These populations, that belong to the Uto-Aztecan group, linguistic groups, are characterizing, even if they are very, very Native American, they are characterizing but relatively high frequencies of ultra-rapid metabolizers and for CYP2D6, for CYP2619, for example. Okay, so there are two components of variation that is important to be considered, that are important to be considered. One is admixture, okay, and one is in Latin American, the component of variation which is due to the Native American variability, because this variation may determine the percentage of poor metabolizer and ultra-rapid metabolizers in the populations in which you may be interested in design a clinical
Can you summarize
trial.
a little bit, Eduardo?
Sorry?
Can you summarize?
Yeah.
Because there is no much
I finish it, okay? This is the summary I just said. Studied genes present clinically actionable genotypes for tamoxifen, phenytoin, warfarin, and clopidogrel, and studying how geography and ancestry influence genetic structure, contribute to define public health and clinical strategies, and design clinical trials in a globally diverse context. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks so much. So next, Shyam Diwakar, that comes from Amrita University in Kerala, India, is going to talk to us, and presentation is okay.
Thank you. Yep.
Have to be prepared.
First one. So, a very good morning and namaskaram. Today is in India we celebrate the embodiment of knowledge winning over ignorance. So, thank you all for this auspicious moment, and I'm very happy to be represented by Rolly Mathur from India, and where India is a country of that we need to celebrate women and women's successes, and I'm very happy that I'm represented by a sister of mine. So, thank you, Adrian and Eva, to having been invited as an outlier to this meeting, and thanks to the CIOMS members. I'm going to talk a little different. I know that many of you have made drugs, many of you have stopped drugs, so I'm not going to talk about pharmacogenomics. I'm going to tell you some examples that we learned as solutions to some of our problems. I come from a university. Amrita is a very young university. It's 16 years old. We are already number 8 in India, according to national rankings. And what's interesting is that we have our teaching hospital and clinical program that's top 500 in the short duration that we have been in existence. So times higher 2019 rankings gives us in top 500. Just to give you a small brief overview, we are 6 campuses in India. So many of you have been to India, have seen India in close distance, at least from the talks that I've seen, the conversations that I had. We are a very typical university in comparison to European style, where we have engineering, medicine, sciences, management, and even niche areas like agriculture. What makes us different is when I was asked to join the university, our chancellor, who's not the rector, our guiding light, gave us 3 philosophies. One being education for life, which is different from education for a living. We think students should be ambassadors of values or societal machines, and there should be enduring values that connect the world together. Every professor is asked the question, what did you do for the society, immediate society? So we are asked to look at poverty, starvation, sickness, environmental pollution, and of course contamination, and asked, can you also work on a science topic that angle? And finally, we think the entire world is one connected family, and so we need to work with global impact. So with this, I believe we got the ranking for being the most connected in India, internationally speaking. And I'm glad Adrian has visited our campus, Adrian and Eva. I'm going to skip a couple of these. Some of our problems that we want to highlight raises because of our nature of working with these 5 I's that we are talking about. Interdisciplinary, our university is
by default interdisciplinary. I had some buttons to click, but I'll skip it. We introduced integrative medicine into our hospital. Our hospital is 1,300 beds based in Kochi. I think at least we have 2 visitors who know, 2 of your members clearly have been in our campuses at least. So we have a very strong antimicrobial stewardship program. And what's also interesting is that we connect the hospital to work with science, with arts, and with engineers. And we have several of these centers. In fact, our nanobiomedicine group that works on drugs and pharmacogenomics is connected with the hospital more than the engineering school, which is kind of common. We also have a faculty of Ayurveda, which I might, if I have the time, I'll raise it. But what are we good at? I mean, I don't have a clicker here, but just to give you a few examples, we did Asia's first robotic DBS for Parkinson's patient, a young Parkinson's patient. And what's interesting is that it's an expensive surgery, and in fact, our organization had to take it for free. So there are questions that you would ask that would not be there in a different system. We have been very popular for what is called the multi-organ transplants. In January 2015, Indian person was trying to save a girl in a train. He was pushed to by the people from who were trying to molest that person, and that guy lost both his hands. So in January 2015, we did Asia's first non-Caucasian double-hand transplant, successful. And seeing that, in March, Abdul Rahman from Afghanistan, a police captain, came back to our campus and said, "Can you do that for me? I lost my arms in an IED explosion." So you have diversity, and that's a 19 to 20-hour operation that you set it up. And that was the first 2 operations that India had seen for an arm transplant. That's when we realized how important it is for organizations like yours to actually tell people to donate not just common parts, but also much beyond. The arms is there are very few people. Now we have a big network. I think a lot has been pushed into India now thanks to people. There's a lot happening. I would say we, at our hospital, because of our engineering and tendency, we built an information system that allows electronic medical records. It's not new, but it allows a patient to reduce costs across hospitals. And we give them, when they request it, on their data card, and it's up to them to show the doctor because India doesn't have a background system. I'm not going to advise or talk about India because most of you know much more than me. So I'm going to leave that to you. It works. So this is the robotic DBS. Okay, so this is 2 of them. So the 2 first subjects, 2 patients who got their lower arm double hand transplants, 2 hands connected by 1. And that's Abdul from Afghanistan. That's, I don't remember his name, but he wrote, his first thing that he did with his borrowed hand was to write thank you to the person who gave him the hand. So I'm going to skip a couple of things. We realized that India is a diabetic capital. Most of you know that. So in our School of Biotech, we started working on, this is not the pump, I'm sorry. This was when we started the project. But we have finalized a model, which I'll talk about, automated insulin pump that fits with modern cartridges. Our price range should be $35 to $65. We are working with the IT giant Wipro together on a BIRAC project funded by India to bring it out to the market. We also work on preclinical assessments. There's a strong telemedicine group that needs to actually look at scenarios where doctors can reduce the number of patients. That's one of the biggest issues in hospitals in India, where you want to have lesser number of patients inside the center. I am removing myself, but one of the works that we do in our lab is that when we went for Bihar flood relief a few years ago, our telemedicine unit, all my clinician colleagues were busy evaluating patients. It's when we realize people in India do not have very little awareness on what is called gait-related neurological condition. So we are now working on low-cost mobile phone-based sensors to look at human gait. At least can you tell a doctor or can you tell a person whether it is a neurological condition or probably just a wrong scenario. I'm going to skip a couple of these. These are student achievements. Okay, so what did we first learn from a scenario like this? The scenario of having But this is another patient in 2017, around the same time, 2 years ago. This patient came to our hospital and said she lost her arm during a bus accident. And this is the first time that we did a male to female upper arm double hand transplant. And this is a successful case, it's running in. But what we learned out of these processes is that there are a lot more things that needs to be told to organizations or doctors or clinicians that can come from a higher level. And in fact, Dr. Subramania Iyer, my colleague here, actually published an article on what should be the inclusive and exclusive criteria for such donations. I can also say today Europe is focusing on ICT and diversity. And as a person who believes diversity is very crucial, we see that doctors are tending to work with physicians. So this is Dr. Sandeep Unikrishnan, who had to fix a few-day-old neonatal child with a rare condition where the operation had to be practiced on a 3D printed platform. So the question of whether we can ask reconstructions like this to be involved in a multi-ethnic environment is a challenge that needs to be written down or challenge to be questioned. So more of these operations are more frequent in our resource-limited settings. That kind of operation is when we realize that training clinicians are very, very critical. Not only clinicians, non-clinicians. Especially, I come from the School of Biotechnology. So what we did is, with Government of India's funding and with some of the top engineering institutions, together we launched India's largest virtual laboratories for skill education. So virtual labs in India means undergraduate education or postgraduate education, except that we match that for people who do not have access to classrooms. Not just, when I say no access to classrooms, I'm talking about people who want to use beyond classroom hours, which is quite common. And all of this is freely available. If you go to vlab.amrita.edu, you'll find the entire biotech collection, or on our national website, which is vlab.co.in. With students in India, young clinicians or young medicos in India, we found a bigger challenge. Our students were concerned about what not to do rather than what to do. So we started creating a virtual patient simulator called MedSim. It's funded by Ministry of Electronics and IT in India. And we created virtual case-based learning methods which are freely accessible. You can Google MedSim or search MedSim and you might find it. And our education center started working with clinicians. This is when we realized boundaries are also limited by the data we perceive. So I believe not only is drugs a critical phenomena, we believe that everything around drugs, including awareness and education, are more critical if you need efficient field workers, especially during a crisis. And I believe some of you have seen the crisis like Nipah virus, the Kerala floods. We have had a whole new scenario. What's interesting is that the learning platform led by Prema Nedungadi, Dr. Prema, actually runs our CREATE program. She built a Spanish learners in America, in US specifically. She built a platform for adult learners, and that was this year's X Prize Award. That's Barbara Bush from the Bush Foundation, giving her the award earlier this year. And I had the opportunity to meet them and talk about how learning is changing communities across Latin America and Latin America. I'm going to give a few random examples, but just to tell you that I am lucky to be surrounded by colleagues like many of you who are in my own campus where we do certain things that are very fast. I'm going to skip and say what is very unique that we realized is when we started putting students to challenging scenarios. It's much more than clinicians or doctors or experts. We started seeing data from India very differently. And we call this project Live in Labs. So in our university, there is one full program, whether you're a medical student or an engineering student or a science student, you have to go to a village, live in the village with the interdisciplinary group, and learn from this group. And I believe this aligns with CIOMS' double perspective. The other ways of thinking, I loved it. So I think it's important that some of you who are thought leaders, policymakers, allow diversity support, as I was talking to yesterday to some of you, and it's important that younger people have an inspiration to learn what are the problems, but the problems need to be seen by their own eyes. In fact, I'm going to just say that we send them as a group of students. We allow international students to join us. We have Harvard Public Health sending 20 students, Tokyo sending 60 students a year, and we send them as a team. They live in the village. They either identify a problem, if it's a very short visit, 2 weeks. If it's 3 months, they try to design a solution. They usually, being academic, of course, we give them credit by saying, make it published or make a publishable version so it's reusable. And our NGO, if it's a great idea, implements in the field. And I'm talking to you about some of these very interesting SDG areas, Sustainable Development Goal areas, like a few of these. And I'm going to not talk about this, but I can give you a set of examples. In 2017, we launched India's largest clean drinking water project as an NGO. This is the President of India, Sri Ramnath Govindji, launching Jivamritam, which is clean drinking water. What we didn't realize was we thought water was an issue, but what we found out was water-related issues plague Indian villages or Indian communities, and clinicians need to be very aware. We were concerned about water contaminants. We were concerned about antimicrobials, microbials in general, and we were concerned about how these problems can be solved. And these were problems that were identified by students and not by professors. I mean, there's a faculty group. And just to tell you, Live-in Labs, we did a few examples. These are those that are deployed in villages. By the way, the Live-in, our parent organization, which runs a charity called Embracing the World, has adopted 150 remote villages, communities in India, and our students have full access to them. So as faculty members, as students, we go as interdisciplinary groups and we allow universities from abroad to join us, or also people from abroad to join us to implement some of these problems. I'm going to avoid this. This is a nice story that came from EPFL, Amrita. We are looking at teaching pedagogy, health awareness, open defecation-free environments. We have graduated 8,000 women plumbers, out of which 3,000 happen in a single year using a skill development, computer-enabled skill development program. So now I'll come to a very simple question. So one of the things that we found very interesting is that we have a faculty of modern medicine, conventional medicine, and a College of Nursing, a dentistry, and pharmacy in our Cochin campus. And we have a school of Ayurveda that does both bachelor's and master's, MD, MS in Ayurveda, looking at Ayurveda as a method of working. And of course, we do not say that patients have to do this or that. It's up to them, their choice. And we always find that people who come to Ayurveda do have a different approach compared to those of general medicine. But there are problems that we have seen that are very innovative when it comes to Ayurveda. So our phytochemistry group has been working with single herb Ayurvedic medicines to look at common causes. We call this the wealth from waste problem. So in India, fishermen in Kerala, I live in a fisherman's village called Amritapuri. So fishermen in Kerala, when they have a diabetic wound in the past, they would apply what is called, they would heat the cashew nut seed, the outer envelope of cashew nut, and use it as a medicine on the skin, typically anacardic acid. So our groups this is a collaboration with California, San Diego, UC Riverside, and Amrita together. And now this has given up to our new collaboration. We have established what is called the Tata Institute of Genetic Studies in collaboration with these partners to look at some of these scenarios and, coincidentally, some of those other cases. I'm going to skip this. This is all research studies by my colleagues, and I've taken the eye out of this picture. One of the other big scenarios that we handle is we look at diseases and conditions that arise out of water. As Jivamritam is connecting all these villages with clean drinking water, by the way, we have some support studies from Tel Aviv, Ben Gurion, who are actually working with us in 220 communities in India implementing the clean drinking water project as well. We think countries like India, as experts like Rowley could tell us even better, that urban populations will have much diverse problems that are related to water conditions. And whether last year we had Kerala floods, and as many of you would have heard about it, we survived Kerala floods because we had social media. So, in fact, Army and Navy did a great job. The National Disaster Management System did a great job. But we as a university had to volunteer. I remember 7 days we had to volunteer 24 hours as a call center to receive the calls. And I remember my PhD student crying when he received a call from Germany. A student in Germany was telling him his mother is floating and his younger brother is holding on to the body. It was in Idiki. But this is the kind of scenario. So we think it's critical that some of you keep this larger perspective of not just data, but the diversity that comes from data and the ability to allow very diverse groups to work with data, not just the drugs. A colleague, so with, for example, when India had the toilet challenge, Reinvent the Toilet Challenge from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, one of my colleagues, Sanjay Pal, actually, along with a couple of others, started looking at the lytic system. So he uses bacteriophages to fight bacteria. So we think, at least in India, we have a feel that nature is a great teacher. So we look at some of the natural cues to identify how we can cut costs, at least in our settings. So for example, we've been working with bacteriophages in malodor systems. We've been looking at disseminating lytic agents. And now we're looking at entire drug history related to some of these pathogens. And I think I'll have to speed up. But the very critical part of it is that drugs alone don't help. Monitoring and awareness do a lot more. So in fact, we believe that it's industry, it's academia, it's communities of people, it's everyone who should come together. But as an academia, we facilitate that process by looking at, let's say, we developed a patent, we patented a US, we applied for a US patent, we won it in 2013 for our insulin pump, a low-cost insulin pump, and a low-cost non-enzymatic sensor strip. The idea we patented is we wanted it to be low cost and to be protected from expensive phenomena. But what we did is we went to the government. Of course, we worked with an industry. We are now launching it probably in 2020, a low-cost insulin pump, which will be called, I think, Ampro, Amrita Vipro. So Ampro device, which will come to help monitor data. And we think that will create a huge diversity of patient monitoring data as well. So this is going to be a challenge. We might need informaticians, we might need policymakers, we might actually need clinicians to adapt to these kind of scenarios. This is my very last slide. Yesterday I was talking about publications too, and one of the things that India faces is we are constantly told publish or perish, right? So we think, although it's not a great message, I think some of your ideas that you take for policymakers, a policy system, we believe that when you put context like medicine into our heads, please remember that would be very interesting if you can make it consider a sustainable future. We think time is a big factor, and we want you to play with, tell us what time scales we can think about, we can dream about. A couple of years ago, let me pull a small example in Bihar, in one of the villages called Ratanpur. Our women empowerment group, we have UNESCO chair in gender equality and women empowerment, the Asia's first. And Dr. Bhavani's group, when she went to this place and started training women, new literate women, to build toilets, they built a couple of toilets. We took pictures, we were very happy. But what was interesting is that they never used the toilet. So our second group of students found out that they were using it to store grains inside the toilet. So we asked them, what is the reason? So these women were blushing, they were talking. So later, since women empowerment is led by women, some of our students, girl students, went and talked, "Boliye ji, kya hai? What is the problem?" And this lady said, this is the only time in India where we are away from our husbands and family. So it might be critical to, when you design policies, to involve socio-cultural context. I'll tell you the solution we did. Our chancellor, being a woman, she even suggested a communal kitchen right in the center. On the periphery of the village was the toilets, common storage area, and a communal kitchen. Now, that's the meeting. And what is interesting is that Ratanpur's panchayat leader, the leader of the village, is one of our new learners from the tablet program. So this is very critical when you think about how solutions can be developed. And I would not ignore and say we are trying to do the same in Kenya, in Nairobi, close to Nairobi, in Watatu Boma. So it should be compatible. One of the things that I always think is being forgotten is technological interventions. And finally, please be, which I don't have to tell you, I'm glad you tell me that this meeting is about resource-limited settings and economical affordability. And thank you very much. I'm here anyway.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Yeah, very interesting. So next and finally, Jose Pedro Gil from Karolinska Institute in Sweden and also from Gulbenkian Institute. He will talk about clinical trials involving children in Africa. Thank you, Jose Pedro.
Thank you, and good morning. I hope you still have the courage to listen to me. I have just arrived from Angola, from a place where I've been for 1 month, not me, but touching extreme poverty during a clinical trial that we're preparing there. So it's always, when I am like 1 month or more in these places, when I come back to Europe and I come to places beautiful like this, it always takes, a couple of days to adapt myself to our wonderful reality that many times we don't realize. No, this is just for my guidance. Good. Well, experiences, says Adrian. So I prepared something. I'm going to make a public confession. I started to make this presentation yesterday, 2:30 in the morning, because I had no time on the meantime. So I'm not even sure this is the last version. Sorry about that, but I hope to be coherent. So here we are. And it all starts here, my little story. This is Zanzibar. It's quite beautiful. Quite a nice place to make clinical trials. Nowadays, not good. Not malaria left, not much. But when we started working there in 2002, it was a lot, 40-50% of incidence of malaria. And at that point, the Zanzibar government was changing for a new artemisinin combination therapy, ACT, in particular artesunate amodiaquine. Now, amodiaquine is a very interesting drug. It works as most antimalarial drugs in the intra-red blood cell cycle of the parasite. It's metabolized by, an old friend, CYP2C8, a liver enzyme, which is quite polymorphic, not as much as CYP2D6, my goodness, but still with some interesting SNPs, especially STAR 2, STAR 3, which have interesting also geographic, distribution. STAR 2, which is an enzyme that still works reasonably, it's very common in Africa. STAR 3, which supposedly, it's a bit contentious, but anyway, supposedly an enzyme that has a decrease of 80-90% of its enzymatic capacity, it's very common among Caucasians, Europeans, Caucasians in general. They adopted this, and at that point, we made some phase 3B studies of artesunate amodiaquine just before the adoption, more just before the implementation of the combination in Zanzibar. I have to guide myself from here. And these are very common kind and not very complicated, in design, operationally a bit complicated efficacy studies. We just passively, the patients come to us, we treat them, and we follow them up for a follow-up with a size that is usually proportional to the half-life of the drug. In the case of amodiaquine, which is fastly metabolized to diethylamodiaquine, which has a long half-life, typically it's 42 days. Well, some groups make it 35, we typically make 42 days. Now, the parasite is also an actor here. And amodiaquine, supposedly the parasite can resist to amodiaquine at least with one tool, with PFMDR1. PFMDR1 is a gene that codes for a protein that is the equivalent in the parasite to our very well-known P-glycoprotein, known also from drug resistance in cancer. And in particular, this enzyme, meaning this protein, have two mutations that at positions 86 and 1246, when these two mutations are there, supposedly the parasite is less sensitive to amodiaquine. And we somehow prove that in practice by showing that when we see the frequencies of these two mutations before the treatment, when we compare with all the infections that happen after the treatment during follow-up, there's a clear selection of these mutations. So parasites with this YY haplotype, they resist better to amodiaquine. So far, so good. But, my background is in pharmacogenetics, long time ago in my PhD. So when I came to malaria, I couldn't just give up on my old love. So I asked myself, are there what is called hot populations? Are there humans in the middle of our patients that because of their genetic background, they facilitate resistance? And the idea was a bit like, okay, there's star 2 and star 3. If they change, apparently, the pharmacokinetics of the drug, they change the exposure of the parasite to the drug, to amodiaquine and DIAC. So, it might have some influence. So I decided to genotype all these patients for CYP2C8, especially for star 2 and star 3. And you know what? Yeah, something happened. The people that have star 3 are much more frequent to have infections. Why? Why? Well, the resistant one. It seems that not being so much able to make this transfer from amodiaquine to DIAC makes the parasite more comfortable, especially selecting these resistant ones. We published this. It was quite a curious observation. And in the meantime, we expanded more the study with another trial for another question. Does it have any clinical importance? And well, lately we have seen this. If you are a star 3 carrier, you are in more risk of having during the follow-up a recurrent infection, be it a reinfection or recrudescence, I'm not going to enter in that, a breakthrough infection after the treatment. Now, that is interesting and gives a purpose for our thing. So, this is the first story I'm going to tell. Well, I have to say that this is the framework where we live nowadays. So, what is the idea? So, amodiaquine is degraded to DIAC, but if the star 3 is there, there's more amodiaquine staying for more time in our body. So amodiaquine tends to create these reactive compounds that probably are related with mild adverse events and very rarely with quite serious adverse events. But both of these events, one gives a very bad publicity, the very rare ones, and the mild ones, which is typically belly pain and all that, are not very comfortable. So these probably both contribute for less compliance of the patient to make the treatment until the end. And that, of course, supports the development of resistance, which is composed more also by the selection of more resistant parasites. That's the mental framework we have. I do not have a proof of all this, but that's how it works nowadays. That's the importance of pharmacogenetics here. Okay, CYP2C8 is interesting. Move on to something else. This is a strategy that is supported by WHO, and if you want to know more about it, Professor Nick White is there, and is probably much more proficient than me on this area. And the idea is relatively simple. In some areas of Africa, especially Africa, where the season of malaria is very concentrated because of the rain in certain points of the year, maybe it's a good idea, if it's only 1 or 2 months when malaria really hits, to give some prophylactic treatment to the kids, especially the children which are more exposed, to be able to pass this risk time of the year, this risk season of malaria, without, under protection. So this is typically a mass drug administration system. And of course, they need long-withstanding, long half-life drugs. And sulfadoxine pyrimethamine, they stay for a long time. And amodiaquine, not amodiaquine itself, but DIAC stays for a long time there. But it needs to be metabolized to DIAC, otherwise it doesn't work like that. So what is the strategy in the end? The idea, and what's this? Well, I don't know if it works, but anyway, I can explain that. So the areas of intervention are areas which have unstable malaria, have stable, very seasonal malaria were drier areas, which are concentrated in the Sahel area and a bit in the south of Angola and Namibia, etc. For the pharmacogenetics point of view, it's particularly interesting the Sahel area, because north of it is more of a Caucasian area, lots of star 3s. You can see the little map there. Portugal has almost 20% of the allele frequency. In the south, when the tropical, let's call it tropical Africa, star 2 is the main one. But what happens in those in-between areas? Is star 3 frequent there, the places exactly where this new strategy, this new chemotherapy is being applied? Well, actually, we don't know. There has not been studies on that. In fact, if you go to 1,000 genomes, you realize that the African population is bloody ridiculous. You have something like Nigeria, the frequency of genes in Nigeria, they fetch 40 persons, and they say this is a sample of a population of 60 million. So these studies are good for grants, but they're not a big help. And there's nothing, absolutely nothing, as far as I know, from these regions which are an interface between the Caucasian and the more, let's call it Black Africa, with not actually an old term. So, what happens there? This is Eritrea. Some time ago, there are a lot of Eritreans, immigrants living in Sweden. And the daughter of one of these immigrants, which is a brilliant student of pharmacy in the University of Uppsala, came to me to study, the population of Eritrea concerning CYP2C8. It was her interest. I found it super interesting, and we made a collaboration, and the proper one, in the sense that we really took samples all over the country, because the country is ethnically quite complex. It's 380, a reasonable number, and the answer is, they are a bit in the middle. You can see here that in the African population, star 3 is almost inexistent. Zanzibar is a little bit of a special place. That's why we have star 3s, because there's a bit of an Arabian historical influence in the island. In the Caucasian ones, you can see star 2 almost doesn't exist, star 3 is the big one, and these populations are actually intermediate. And that, I think, is interesting. It's interesting also from a policy point of view, from a seasonal chemotherapy point of view, among others. There's other issues in this story, but I'm not going to enter that. We don't have time for it. And why am I, showing all this to you? I don't know if it's very interesting or not. It's for one reason. When Adrian invited me for this meeting, in the beginning I must say that I didn't completely understand I didn't grab exactly what was the idea. I just grabbed it some days ago. And there is actually the experience there. And the first thing I'd like to say, and from now on my presentation is, I have actually something here to keep me minimally disciplined, because I tend to talk a lot. The idea is, what can I, from my experience, contribute for the objectives of this meeting? It's not exactly this. I hope that we will publish this, so it will be free. So first of all, the pharmacogenetic studies, I think that they should be purposeful. Just going to a country and making a lot of genotyping without an idea, I see people doing that. I think it's absurd. In Africa, it's particularly absurd because the populations are so heterogeneous that in the end of the day, those papers, unless they are 60 papers in different places, are relatively useless in my view. So there are some big patterns, CYP2C8 for example, but if you want to go deep, you need bigger numbers. That's the first thing. The second point that I'd like to speak is, and I must say, what I'm going to say is not published, it's not actually, this is anecdotal. This concerns my experience, the experience of colleagues of mine, but it's things to think about. It's things from the field, from really interacting with the patients. So sense of purpose is important because sometimes the patient really, even in the poorest places, they realize when it's important to do something or not. And I have a photo. I have a photo here, is my last slide, and I will continue talking on that. I have a photo of a person. I usually don't take photos of people in Africa. Some colleagues of mine, they just take. I just don't take. I feel bad. I don't like it. I really don't like it. And I think that I wouldn't like to be photographed when I am with my kid going to some trial and the kid is sick. I don't like it. I had some ferocious discussions with colleagues of mine about it. But this one I took. There was something that I spoke a bit with his mother, and I asked her, so disclaimer, she allowed me and explained exactly that I would use it publicly, and she was okay with that. And both kids had malaria. And one thing was interesting is that when I asked that, and she told me, just do not expect me to smile. She had no reasons to smile. So I said, yeah, you do whatever you want. So, and this photo is very dear for me because it's a bit of reality that we get there. Very poor people, not trained. Some they don't know how to read and write. In Angola, it's even tougher from that point of view. And you have to explain to these people why you want blood from their kids. And that can be a bit complicated. We try, in informed consent moment, to explain why we do this. Now, for malaria, it's relatively easy because, you can. Unfortunately, Africa has been in wars many times. War, enemies, these kind of concepts, they don't need American movies for that. They understand that from their life. So easy to explain to a mother that the parasite, that sometimes they don't even understand it is a parasite, is something that invades, it's the enemy. And we have the weapons, and the enemy can become resistant. They understand that point of view. So it's easy to explain why it is beneficial directly for her kid, because she doesn't care about science, she cares about the kid being treated, period. And so it's relatively easy. Now, explaining pharmacogenetics, that is something that can be important because maybe there is the risk of some adverse events. Adverse what? It's already something difficult to talk about. After all, there's risk for that. There's enough risk for you to be telling me this and wanting blood from my kid. It can get more complicated. I think when you design trials of pharmacogenetics, purely pharmacogenetics, this explanation has to be very, very well thought. And I hope that one day there will be guidelines for that, because it's a bit complicated to deal with. That's the first thing. The second thing, it's pharmacogenetics. Let's see it. Before malaria, that's the enemy. It's the parasite. Easy. It's its fault, When you start saying, well, it's your genes, it's you that might not make the drug work. It's your genes that might make your kid not feel good with this drug. Now, this is complicated because you transfer a bit the onus of, responsibility on the disease to the patient. Okay, for us in this room, this is ridiculous, but it's not ridiculous in the middle of the field. Again, it's something that has to be very well thought, and we have made many mistakes with that, in fact. The other thing is that, Adrian just told me to speak about, your experience or others, so I keep on saying these little stories. Some people come from traditional healers. Some things, well, we can say, okay, so some phytomedicine, traditional and all that. We cannot actually just say, oh, come on, No, after all, artemisinin, a drug that I'm a big fan, it came from a tea. So sometimes they have something in the pocket. And when they don't have, like all these bad spirits or something, it's important not to, we dismiss scientifically, but not to dismiss socially that. You have to, be patient with the person, understand the point of view, and understand for that person, that thing is as valuable as any of our pharmacokinetic genetic studies. And again, people, especially young students that are participating in these kind of, trials, they have to be very well explained that they have to be patient, and it's not patient, yes, tell me about it. No, they have to at least apparently give the same importance to our intervention to another one that probably didn't work, but we're not going to just dismiss like that guy in your village is a completely absurd. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's not the way to go, at least in my point. And in the end, what I mean with all this, I've been complaining a lot and not giving much solutions, but the solution for me has two parameters. First, finding the moment I come to realize, is not in a moment with the doctor. The mother just wants the drug. The moment is the informed consent. That is the moment, that is the point that usually people just put the paper in front, they say, this is good for your kid, come on, sign, we need you for our trial. That's the moment where we have to interact, that's the opportunity to try to interact with the patient there. And it pays in the long term, because if people feel respected at that point, if we don't dismiss them, the next trial, they will be volunteering much easier. And so that is the point. Now, do I know how to do these things? I'm a molecular biologist, and I'm surrounded by doctors and molecular biologists and people. No, we don't. We have to engage social sciences people. I think that it's fundamental that when we design a trial, when we make the power calculations, all the logistics, the molecular work that we like so much and all this stuff, we should, and almost nobody does, have a module of social sciences to help us. This is not, how may I say, intellectual snobbishness, to help us actually on how to interact, how to optimize the study, how really to, in a way, respect the patient at that point. Because what we sometimes think is respect in Europe, it's not so respectful in some cultures, and we have had some issues with that. And with that said, I had a lot more to speak. As I said, my wife complains she's Swedish. She complains that I talk a lot. I am finishing here. I hope I'm inside the 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much to all the speakers, and thank you for your attention and your patience. It's very valuable. Thanks a lot. And probably it is much better to interact personally if you have questions, and we can make a break and have a coffee. Thank you.
So thank you, Eva, Shyam, Eduardo, and Jose Pedro. Now we walk for 5 minutes. Here it's very close. We go out and walk. Yes, we'll follow the people. A nice hotel by the main square. You have a breakfast. Now we wake very early here. That's because breakfast is late, because people have been working supposedly since 6 in the morning. Outside there is a TV set. This is a university. People, they will make interviews specifically for all Latin American, but some of you will be requested. If you don't want it, they will broadcast. This material will be useful for CIOMS, for every university. It's not any commercial TV. It's just the people working for the university for communication. So thank you so much, and go for breakfast and enjoy. Thank you, Eva, and the rest. Los de América Latina, que hay un encuentro, dígame de las visitas.
Dejamos esto, te coloco esto en base a lo que tengo aquí. Sí, no hay. Gracias. De acuerdo.
is your proposal? What do you think can we do to solve that problem? It was very simple. We provide these questions to all the network, and we ask a very difficult task, which was two people, Enrique and Carlos Cavaliz. We asked them to collect all these slides and opinions to try to make a short summary, because they were repeating a lot of things like language barrier, obviously. Some of them they were repeating, saying, okay, please try to collect and try to summarize for you. This survey was actually designed by Professor Peña Lledó at the very beginning. So Enrique, please, if you can conduct, will be short, please take that as a summary. It's not the whole information, but to be one by one and saying everything. Because in this survey was involved Marta Sosa, who is here, who more?
Ronald and Isabel.
Which is there, from Nicaragua. She's working with Indians in Mexico. He's working with mestizos. He knows very well the mosquitoes population in Central America. Eduardo Tarazona, he's mainly doing studies in Peruvian population, Brazilians, and who more? Enrique himself doing studies in Ecuadorian population, where is in Nopal Valley, and Isabel Hernandez. She's very special because she's a nurse in the group. I think there's a lot of things to say for nursing. Very most of the time thinking about doctors. The rest are biologists, are physicians. So if they want, they can sit down here, please, if you want to come. Marta, Ronald, Isabel, and please can you come in front, because maybe people can ask questions to you. Marta, por favor, puedes venir. Isabel, Ronald, podéis venir in front. People will say, no, because those are working for the summary. And people are free to ask questions. So, claro, por favor, aquí tenéis una tele ahí.
Well, thank you again. As Adrian mentioned, we try to summarize what we found is important to stress in terms of working with a normal population. This is healthy people. That was our baseline to collect information. Before to move to any pathology, it was important to understand what is the reality of the population. So we have three main segments. The first one is the North American native people, that it means Mexican people. This is mainly the work done by Marta in Mexico. This is a very nice summary of native populations in Mexico. As you know, in Mexico there are 25 million people recognized as indigenous one. That is probably the biggest group in Latin America, and they have 68 indigenous languages. That means that it is very difficult to communicate with these people without knowing their language. Mexico has 43,000 towns inhabited by indigenous population. Wide spread of indigenous population is an additional problem. However, Marta chose the most close populations together to try to capture that information. So she summarized that her objective was to identify the genetic and environmental factors specific to Native American people that can affect their responsibility to the drugs. The barriers are, as mentioned, the first one is the language. Although we are from there, the problem is that most of us are not native speaker people. Cultural difference is another common problem. And what is very important is the profound health disparities, because what is a constant in our health system is that unfortunately indigenous people has several difficulties to access to health service provided by the government. Also, mistrust in genetic research by the communities is something that we carry over from the past, and communities situated in remote locations make even more difficult, not only to access, also to take samples and to manage that samples. The challenge, obviously, is to ensure that the results benefit to the community. It's quite important in our environment to stress that people will not feel like a research subject or only as a source of information. They need to understand that what we are doing will help them to get better health in the future. And ensure that the results are adopted in public health policy is a very big challenge, because most of the time, and as you can imagine, the problem is that what we are doing and even publish never take into practice in our own countries. It's very difficult for us to approach to the Ministry of Health and to communicate them our results, and even worse, to get changes from them. The main results from North American native population is that the pharmacogenetic biomarkers identified in the European and North American population, Caucasian population, neither predict the response of drug therapy nor avoid the adverse event in Native American from Mexico. Some proposals that we have been discussing: the partnership with the community leadership and the healthcare providers is important to keep working there and to continue having their support. Return results in culturally understanding format is important because communities need to understand what really means the results and what for are them. The capacity to sustain collaborative research with the communities focus on their health priorities. We as researchers need also to listen what the community is concerned about, to try to respond accordingly with our support. Some regulations are important. For most of our countries, this has been a challenge permanently to try to avoid, misuse of research. In some countries, more than in others, the problem is that some people used to go to take samples and never get back with the results. Even they patent some of the genes and things like that. So that is something that we are really concerned and try to avoid for the future. So we have been working with the state to get proper regulation, IRB approval, Ministry of Health involvement in the research, etc. And obviously to explain clearly to the community and to the subject what for the research is and what are the potential benefits of that. We are also very interested in to get the participant consent to be part of the research. It's important to respect those subjects and to understand from both sides what important is to get the participation but the consent at the same time. So in conclusion, from Marta's long work in Mexico population is that the personal medicine strategies must be developed specifically for Native American based on their genetic and ethnic background. That is why the work done during this decade is important, because we get now such an information. And this interaction with environmental factors is the next step to understand better how to proceed. It's critical in importance to decrease morbidity and mortality rates in this population. As we already know now, they are different to the Caucasians, so we need specific knowledge from those populations. The second segment that we are referring to is the work done by Dr. Ronald Ramirez in Nicaragua, representing the Central Americans and Caribbean mosquito and mestizo populations. This is very interesting because we are referring to the Istmo of Americas, high level of inequality and poverty, and high vulnerable area to natural disaster, as most of you know. We are talking about a huge population, 48 million, Amerindians, 20% of that population, and a gross national income per capita of $6,000. So that is easy to understand how the reality is. Mean years of scolarity, 7 years, difficult to communicate, obviously, and the mortality rate by communicable diseases is 106 per 100,000 population. So based on that reality, what Dr. Ramirez was concentrated is in doing research, clinical research in those environments. So medical treatment, by concept, need to reflect biological and non-biological variability to the drug response. He has been concentrating difference in culture and perceptions. The Central America area has a strong influence of traditional medicine that make even more complicated to set up intervention because people still truly believe in traditional medicine and strongly request for traditional medicine at the same level or even more than Occidental medicine. Ethnicity can be also an important factor and need to be taken in consideration because it's based on population pharmacogenetics. Mestizo Nicaraguan population has a very interesting genetic polymorphism of cytochrome P450, as you can see represented here. 2D6, 6% are poor metabolizers. 2C9, 23 has decreased or diminished activity, and 2C19, 15% are rapid, ultra-rapid metabolizers. That means that most of the drugs that are metabolized at the hepatic level are affected in this population in a different degree. Adjustment of doses need to be taken in consideration. Unfortunately, if you review the prescribing information available in Central America, none of the drugs are referring to the adjustment of doses because this data is not in place for those drugs. We are talking about antipsychotic, antidepressant drugs, anticoagulants, and antiplatelet drugs. All of them very strict security margin drugs that are very, very careful to take in consideration. Some barriers that Dr. Ramirez identified to conduct clinical trials, 20% of the clinical trials that are officially listed in clinicaltrials.gov are conducting in developing countries, and from them, 122 are in Central American countries. We are missing financial support. Human capability is a big problem, particularly because human resources not always get back to Central America due to, the limitations there. There is a lack of environment for research. Unfortunately, universities are doing their best, but it's not probably the best setting and is still a difficult place to set up clinical research. The social and political problems are very well known. We are talking about discrimination, violence, inequality, insecurity, and obviously poverty in the region. That makes the typical, unfortunately, proper environment for not well-set clinical research, taking advantage of the reality of the society. And immigration is another big problem, because those guys that are fortunate to go outside the region to get training to study, it's difficult to get back, to return to the country. And the third area we want to mention is the Ecuadorian setting, the Quichua and the Mestizo population. That is interesting for us because, you know, Ecuador is in the middle of the equator. We have a very diverse environment and regions, and one of the most important areas of our interest for work has been the province of Imbabura. Ecuador has 17 million people. Why we choose Imbabura area to work? Because in Ecuador there is approximately 1 million indigenous people that represent 7% of the total population. And from those, 74% are living in the Imbabura province, so it's probably the most richest one in terms of diversity of indigenous people. What we have been doing there, we try to characterize the genetic and the environmental factors affecting the action of the drugs, both in Mestizo and indigenous people. For Ecuador, Mestizo people is a very interesting situation because we have a strong mixture with the Spanish people. When you have a look what was presenting Dr. Tarazona early in the morning, we are almost 50-50 Spanish indigenous people. We are the most mixture people, so it's interesting to analyze our population. We have some language barriers. It's interesting because in the last years we are facing a deculturation process where native-speaking people refuse to recognize that they are Quichua-speaking people and they prefer to switch to Spanish, so that makes an additional barrier. We have a mistrust of health research. Most of the people feel that researchers are only concentrated in taking samples and never get back with the results for the community. Communities are situated very remote locations, and the health disparities and traditional medicine is an additional barrier to take in consideration. We have a stigma problem that makes very difficult to access for common Occidental medicine to indigenous communities. Just to mention one example, there are very few indigenous physicians that attend to the university to get degree in medicine and get back to the communities. So most of the providers are Occidental ones that do not speak Quichua, and the communication barrier is obvious a problem. So the main result from our area is that the biomarkers identify, not only for drugs, also for characterize the diseases, are based on Caucasian population and are not suitable, are not applicable to predict the response to drug therapy, nor avoid the adverse events, even in Mestizo population, even worse in indigenous communities. Our regulatory framework, very similar to what happened in the other places of the region. We still have a very weak system to try to control research in our area, so it's very important, and we are still working with our authority to get the mandatory review and approval by an IRB before the studies start. We need to explain and demonstrate to the community what is the value and get them involved as much as possible. And obviously all participants need to provide not necessarily written, but at least verbal informed consent to guarantee that they are really conscious what is happening. Some improvement areas, the partnership with the community is essential to keep still working. Return results in a cultural understable format is essential. We need to improve our capability to communicate with the communities in the proper way, them to assimilate the results and what means really, and the capacity to sustain collaborative research is quite important. For us, has been a very nice exercise, for example, to get the people from here, from Universidad de Extremadura, to go to the community and, being face-to-face with the people and show who are those guys, and they are the counterpart of our studies that have been doing this collaborative research. So that is the summary of what we have been doing in the different communities to try to show you our perspective about this kind of work. Thank you.
No. This was very good. I have a question to Marta. You made a very strong point, and it was also reflected by other speakers, that what we know about biomarkers from Caucasian populations do not fit these populations. But it will be never yes/no. Could you? It's a scale, because. And could you reflect on that? Is it totally not, or is it sometimes yes and sometimes no? Could you reflect on that? Because we have experts here in the room. In a pharmacogenomic association, you see always a higher likelihood to have this efficacy or this adverse effect. So the question is it yes? Is it binary, or is it a scale? That you can say, well, whatever we know, it's not usable.
Sí. Claro, la pregunta es en base a tu comentario de que los biomarcadores farmacogenéticos no se aplican de los caucásicos a los indígenas. ¿Es completamente un sí o no? ¿O es una variación, hay un rango en los que algunos aplican en términos de eficacia o algunos no aplican, y en términos de efectos adversos algunos están presentes más o menos? Creo que está apagado.
Thank you. Sometimes some biomarkers are okay. Algunos biomarcadores son útiles, pero son muy pocos biomarcadores útiles en la población. Es necesario buscar los marcadores propios para cada población, porque hasta el momento hemos visto que no son del todo necesarios o útiles para predecir la respuesta a los fármacos. No hay un sí categórico, ni hay un no. Algunos sí son útiles, pero son muy pocos y no nos sirven para predecir la respuesta a fármacos.
Yeah. Most of the markers are not suitable for the indigenous communities. There are some few, however, most of them seems not to be applicable. So that is why it's necessary to identify the proper ones. Yes.
Gracias.
We will make sure, because we have another roundtable and a general discussion with Professor Levy.
Go ahead. No problem.
I think that's, I really appreciated the presentations coming from Africa. I see a common thread. I looked at your improvements, and it's improvements that we talk about generally. Did you actually work out with communities on the how? Because I think with our groupings, we're actually struggling with the how. how did the communities, did you discuss with communities your improvements and how they would want to see the improvements implemented? And that's what we grapple with, so some direction in that.
Sí, la pregunta en general es muy interesante los datos, pero ¿cómo se logra la participación de la comunidad y cómo se logra que la comunidad sepa los resultados y cómo se logra que se puedan dar cambios en la comunidad?
Es muy complicado. La ayuda que podemos darles nosotros hasta ahorita es entregando los resultados acerca de su estado de salud, porque es complicado explicarles esta parte de farmacogenética y farmacogenómica. Hasta ahorita nosotros hemos solo entregado resultados explicándoles su estado de salud y cómo podemos ayudarles para que tengan más accesibilidad a los fármacos, preguntándoles cómo se sienten cuando toman fármacos que el médico de la comunidad les da gratuitamente. Es en lo que les podemos ayudar. Es una barrera muy importante el lenguaje. No, es difícil que ellos nos entiendan. Siempre usamos a alguien de la comunidad que nos traduce, nos ayude a traducir.
That is a very difficult issue because the concept of pharmacogenetics and pharmacogenomics is far away of the normal communication process. So what at the moment they are doing is basically referring to general health and trying to provide community at least some advice about the general health and try to link that with the use of drugs and how they are feeling with the drugs and what might be the problem with the drugs, but still is difficult to understand what is the link with pharmacogenetics or even worse with the pharmacogenomics. Another big problem is communication, because as we do not speak native languages, most of the time we need a translator, and it's even more complicated to explain to the translator so the translator can transmit to the population what we are trying to say. And you know, in that process, the message normally is not exactly the same. So that is why in the practice still is not something that we can really be satisfied that is effective, really.
I'm somewhat concerned with his statement that biomarkers do not work in the indigenous population. As you know, biomarkers are a hot potato in clinical medicine. So there are few established biomarkers for diagnosis, prognosis, and response to therapy. So to repeat all the biomarkers, all of these studies again, may not be cost effective. The solution is to provide access to the population to old and new medicines and observe the response to therapy. And so after the response is, for those who fail, then you do the pharmacogenetics or genetic studies, because otherwise we will be not investing properly in the resources available. So I think that the statement that does not work, the biomarkers do not work, is a very strong one, which is not necessarily corroborated by the scientific knowledge.
Yes. Lo que está comentando él es que la afirmación de que los biomarcadores no aplican para comunidad indígena es uno muy fuerte, es quizás exagerado, porque claro, si se analiza cada uno de los biomarcadores, la posibilidad de que se encuentre que no aplican es muy alta. Sin embargo, sería mejor ver qué es lo que está fallando y entonces ahí buscar si es que el biomarcador aplica o no aplica, porque entonces se vuelve poco costo efectivo repetir absolutamente todo.
Sí, estoy de acuerdo. Sin embargo, hay que tomar en cuenta factores ambientales, que también pueden influir y que puede que no, el biomarcador en este caso pues no sea de mucha utilidad, ¿no? Sí, claro. Sí, gracias.
Absolutamente. One of the general comments is that we probably are picking up too late the history because most of the drugs are already in use and in practice. So now to try to get back and analyze is not cost effective. But thinking in the future might be very rational to try to, from the very beginning, include native population to get the perspective. Something similar like is happening with Asian or some other populations, for example. Yes.
We will have a debate. We have another roundtable about patients, and most of these questions can be taken over. So, Janice,
sí,
is at home, and you can take at the end because it's another.
Please.
Voy a hablar en español. Una de las cosas que he observado es el hecho de que, por supuesto, ustedes están generando evidencia que nos avisa de que tenemos problemas potenciales en el uso de fármacos. Sin embargo, lo que no se ha hablado mucho es si han habido de cualquier manera medir el efecto iatrogénico de no tomar en consideración estas variedades genéticas. Porque yo creo que si usted me podría demostrar cuánta morbilidad se presenta por usar un fármaco en una población, eso tendría un valor político muy importante. Un ejemplo que me vino en mente inmediatamente, cada uno de nuestros países tiene una lista de medicinas esenciales. Un ejercicio teórico que sería muy interesante es ir a través de esta lista de medicinas esenciales y ver cuál de ellas tienen un potencial de crear este tipo de problemas. Porque al final de cuentas, ¿quién es el que debería beneficiarse de este tipo de estudios? Ustedes hablan de las comunidades. Las comunidades se benefician indirectamente después que los que toman las decisiones políticas del sistema de salud llegan a nuestros pacientes. Entonces también tenemos que hacer un trabajo un poco más, y no lo vi en ninguno, es cómo hacen que los que deciden las medidas sanitarias se involucran en todo esto.
The question was that you can say in English.
Yeah. What I was saying basically is it's very interesting. However, what we have not tried to measure is what is the disease burden impact of not taking in consideration these genetic determinants. So, and a theoretical example that I was mentioned could be very interesting. Each country basically has a list of essential medicines. Theoretically, you could go to that list of essential medicines and say which one of those has a potential. Because the point here, I think, is to create awareness, political awareness, so that the political decision makers in the health systems see this as a relevance. Otherwise, talking about the impact of this at the community level, it's a wishful thinking because the communities basically use what the system gives them. Okay, they do not decide what to use or not to decide.
Yeah, I would take very short because it's affected to me. We have been for 16 years producing genetic data, and our concern now is how to put this data at the community level, social level, and political makers. What we are doing now, this is part of the TV set, is one. We are going to communities. It's complicated. We have two experiences. One was in Otavalo Valley, a group of molecular geneticists, physicians, nurses. We arrived to the community, and we were adapted to their own rituals. We went for a day. First, they gave me baptism, and they gave a name. I'm called Guaira now in Otavalo Valley, and they were explaining to us how they understand medicine. And they were lovely. We were having lunch together, and at the end of the afternoon, we were telling about genetic, the heritage, the family-related problem that we came across. And the second, it was with the Mayans, just a month ago. Again, another baptism with a lot of, but we were for a day adapted to them with Julio will tell. So takes time. You cannot give just a piece of paper. Second, society. We made an alliance with the American network of radios, and this TV record that you are doing and later we are doing record will be broadcast for all America. And third, for policymakers, we are planning a conference with drug regulatory agencies in America, which is quite difficult to explain to the data. Concerning to PAHO, when Professor Rego was at PAHO, we asked them to do the same job that I'm doing at EMA, a European Medicine Agency, which is provide biomarkers, a different level of evidence, for do recommendation. We offered to do that free, WHO. So far, since he left, there's no answer. So now I pay by the Spanish government, so I can tell that freely. Because this is very logic. If we're doing that for EMA or FDA, why not to do the same thing for WHO? So, and he's the guy training pharmacovigilance, and one of the leaders of pharmacovigilance in Latin America, specifically in Central America. Maybe you can talk about the lack of control side effects, which is...
Partimos de una realidad. Nuestras poblaciones, para empezar, tienen poco acceso a los medicamentos. Y a los pocos que tienen, no son seguros. Y estos estudios que estamos haciendo están orientados a estudios de salud pública. Estamos advirtiendo que en nuestras poblaciones hay diferencias farmacogenéticas que predicen, que pueden predecir con mucha precisión la incidencia de muchos efectos indeseables. Y más importantemente, por ejemplo, estoy totalmente de acuerdo con usted, si nosotros demostráramos que efectivamente la variabilidad genética está asociada a mayor incidencia de efectos indeseables. Precisamente, pacientes con síndrome Steven-Johnson, necrólisis epidérmica tóxica asociada a penicilina, por ejemplo, estamos intentando demostrar que existe esa asociación, que los pacientes que tienen un problema de marcadores genéticos, metabolizadores lentos, que tienen esta dificultad, tienen una mayor incidencia de este fenómeno. Hemos tenido problemas con pacientes que desencadenan estatus epiléptico por disminución de los niveles plasmáticos de los anticonvulsivantes e interacciones con otros medicamentos, etcétera. Entonces yo creo que lo que estamos tratando de hacer no es llevar hasta los pacientes individualmente o a las comunidades individualmente el beneficio. Estamos advirtiendo a la comunidad médica, oigan, por favor, los medicamentos en nuestras poblaciones, por alguna variación genética, van a provocar respuestas diferentes. Por tanto, el beneficio que se recibe y que se está trasladando es esta información de la que la comunidad médica que prescribe los medicamentos muy probablemente no es consciente de estas diferencias. Y lo que estamos tratando de advertir es que hay estas variaciones y que nuestros gobiernos, efectivamente, los sistemas de farmacovigilancia son muy débiles e inexistentes. ¿Y por qué razón? ¿A quién le conviene que no existan y que no sean funcionales los sistemas de farmacovigilancia? Personalmente llevamos 25 años haciendo esfuerzos por montar el sistema de farmacovigilancia en Centroamérica. Y aquí habrá personas que saben que esto ha funcionado muy mal. Incipientes movimientos en Guatemala, en El Salvador y en Nicaragua, pero ¿cuál ha sido el desarrollo de estos programas de farmacovigilancia? Entonces se nos hace difícil demostrar con evidencias duras que hay esta asociación. Y el mensaje que queremos dar es que efectivamente...
You need to translate.
Correcto.
So it will be...
okay.
Yeah.
I saw he green face.
Okay.
Yeah, what Dr. Ramirez is trying to say is that the pharmacovigilance process in most of the Latin American countries is still a very weak process. And the reason is that we don't get a culture of pharmacovigilance to reporting side effects. So it's quite complicated for the government to really capture and understand what the problem is to take actions against that. Not clear the reason why it's so difficult to do that, but taking in consideration that we are talking about minorities is even worse because the number of the accessibility to drugs is lower than general population, and the capture of side effects is even lower. So to move to the next step, decision makers and the relationship with security of the drugs is far away still from our results.
Thank you so much, Enrique, and the rest. We will move around for the other round table. Thanks to you. Thanks to the translator. Now we move to patients. A general question at the end, please. Dr. Julio Lara. We have a big problem. We are now moving the biomarkers to diseases. This is the current status. We are working with diabetes, which is one of the main problems in Latin America, working with biomarker and schizophrenia and depression. Actually, in Cuba, they are not here. So we have been, all these ideas coming from the network. So we have been, and those who are here are just the one who make a summary. And the one who will present is Dr. Galaviz, which is here. He's a clinical geneticist working in the northern part of Mexico, and he's working with women, specifically with pregnant women. Enrique is also working with pregnant women in, now is acting, not summarizing, in Ecuador. So, and there is also some people doing diabetes in Mexico, in central Mexico. So the study is performing now in North Mexico, South Mexico in Mayans, and Ecuador. And Carlos will summarize for us the patients.
Well, good evening to everyone here. It's my pleasure to be here with you, and thanks for the invitation. So the point is that we are going to translate from healthy volunteers to patients. So in this case, I'm going to talk very briefly about the work that has been performed by 4 of us in the group of RIBEF. So let's start. As you know, there has been an epidemiological transition in Latin America. So formerly, the people used to die because of infectious diseases, which means that there is still a lot of mortality for infectious diseases. However, unfortunately, we have had an alarming increase in chronic diseases, such as diabetes, hypertension, and metabolic syndrome. However, for those diseases, we have an underlying condition, as you know, like obesity. And unfortunately, this obesity is by now a global epidemiological concern. In fact, because obesity is the underlying condition for type 2 diabetes, hypertension, and metabolic syndrome. The point is, in some countries, like in Mexico, over 70% of population is overweight and obese. And the problem is that this is translated to even children. So we have a really concern about this. In fact, in Mexico now it's called a security problem in Mexico City. In fact, this represents the high mortality rates in Latin American countries, because we are asking if there is a kind of indigenous susceptibility. As you remember from a very old study on Pima Indians, maybe you remember this, Pima Indians, we are living in the borderline between United States, in the southern part of United States, and the northern part of Mexico. But for some reason, these Pima Indians in the United States become really obese. But it doesn't happen. Now it's happening. But before, it didn't happen in Mexican Pima population. And the point was that what's happening with those people? The point is that the exposure to high carbohydrate diets predisposed to those populations to become obese. So there is a new concept. In fact, it is not so new. A concept that is called thrifty genes. Maybe you know a little bit about this. These thrifty genes means that there are some genetic background on indigenous populations which predispose to development obesity under the same environmental conditions. And it means, for example, in some people like Pima Indians in the desert of Sonora Desert in the north part of Mexico, the point is that the feeding was pretty scarce. So they developed some conditions and some mechanisms in order to save energy. So it means that when they face actually, currently, when they face high carbohydrate diets, they become obese. So, according to official survey in Mexico, I'm so sorry, it doesn't work properly. Diabetes mellitus is now the third most highly ranked cause of mortality in Mexico. Yeah, and then is ranked 6th highest in prevalence in diabetes mellitus, and it seems that by 2035 it represents over 15 million cases all around the world. Most commonly, we are using, in Mexico and many countries, we are using some hypoglycemic agents. And however, a great variability in drug disposition, glycemic response, tolerability, and the prevalence of adverse effects to these drugs have been reported. So that's why some groups are now working not only with indigenous population, but also with mestizo populations. As it was talked before for some of my colleagues, there is an admixture between Caucasian population and indigenous populations in Latin American countries. So Dr. Molina, Juan Molina Guarneros, who didn't join us now, he is working at the National Autonomous University of Mexico, and he's doing some interesting research about diabetes in mestizo populations in one huge hospital in Mexico City. This is the Hospital Regional de Alta Especialidad de Ixtapaluca. This hospital receives a lot of patients, bunch of patients, because he's exactly in the borderline with Mexico City and the state of Mexico, one of the states in Mexico City. The point is that there are a lot of poor population living all around the hospital. So they receive bunch of patients. Unfortunately, the rates of diabetes in this hospital is really high. So it was possible to perform this study. Dr. Molina performed some study to evaluate CYP2C9 and drug transporter allelic variants and their clinical implications among Mexican patients with diabetes performing or undergoing treatment with glibenclamide and metformin. Dr. Molina performed this study, which is an observational, it's not a clinical test. It was compounded by a cohort of male and female patients with diabetes undergoing medical treatment in this hospital. And then how we know that patients were Mexicans? Because, it is hard, it's hard sometimes to perform some markers, in order to know exactly the origin of the patients. So in this case, the patients were defined as Mexican when they had 3 generations of Mexican ancestry and no kinship between them. Okay. Okay, so I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So the objective of this work was to describe the allele and genotype frequencies on CYP2C9 gene and drug transporters and its relationship with the variability of responses to the administration of glibenclamide and metformin among Mexican mestizos patients with diabetes mellitus. So what Dr. Molina found on his study, what he found was although genetically customized prescription remain a desirable goal to increase the chances of therapeutic success within the studied population, neither, as some of you suggested, CYP2C9 allelic variants nor dosages demonstrated a clear association with biomarker levels. In fact, all this study related to drug transporter allelic variants is undergoing. This is a study undergoing. So we don't. Dr. Molina didn't have definitive results about this. So what the perspective of this kind of studies? The pharmacogenomic analysis in association with glycated hemoglobin monitoring may be applied to individualize dosage regimens of these drugs. So before to move on, I want to mention that Dr. Marisol Lopez, this is regarding some of the questions before somebody asked. Dr. Marisol Lopez, she's a scientist working in the National Institute of Neurology and Neurosurgery in Mexico City. And what she found, she was evaluating some adverse effects on, I don't remember, of some drugs. And what she found was an increase in the prevalence of Stevens-Johnson syndrome. This prevalence of this disease was not exactly the same with, in regard to other populations. So it seems that pharmacogenetic markers are useful at least to identify some populations. It is clear that, for example, some genetic markers are useful for some populations, but are not useful for our populations in particular. So one of the main studies performed in Mexico is that performed by Dr. Julio Lara Riegos. He comes from the Autonomous University of Yucatan in the peninsula of Yucatan, in the southern part of Mexico. And what he's doing is research, diabetes research in Mayas. It is important to note that you can see the prevalence of type 2 diabetes in the indigenous population of Mexico. So you can see different indigenous populations here, Mazateca, rural population of Durango, Otomies, Pima. And if you remember, Pima was an example, Mije, Zapoteca, and Mayas. So you can see a lot of people affected by diabetes in Yucatan Peninsula. So it's very, very important to perform this kind of studies. For those who doesn't know, maybe I for sure know that most of you know exactly where it is located, Yucatan Peninsula. Yeah, you can see that Native American correspond to 81.9% of the population, and the remaining from European ancestry and African ancestry. So it is a very useful population to perform some pharmacogenetic studies because it's a kind of pure, most pure of most of the populations. The remaining studies performed in some other regions, such as performed by Dr. Marta Sosa, there is a clusters of populations here from different ethnic groups. However, in the case of Mayas and Zapotecas, there are a bunch of population from the same ethnic group. So the objective of Dr. Lara Riegos, was to identify genetic risk factors to diabetes and cardiovascular risk in Mayan population. So what he found in these studies is a very active research in diabetes in Mayas. So from 2013, he found a short-term estimation and application of biological variation of small, dense, low-density lipoproteins. And then one of the main results he found is this one. I want to make notice about this, 2015. And what they found was this association of ABCA1, a transporter, and CDK2M, 2B genes, to susceptibility to diabetes type 2. This is the mutation. And the important point here is that they found that this mutation, R230C of ABCB1, this gene, is only found in the Americas. So it is not found outside Americas. So it is important to notice that these kind of studies are important to identify specific mutations, which are important not only to identify diseases, but also to identify some drug responses. Some other results that he found, he described this in 2018, this metabolic index in Mayas, association with hypercholesterolemia in patients with type 2 diabetes. And also, this genetic diversity of HLA system in 3 populations. As you remember, HLA is a very diverse, it's a highly, highly diverse cluster of genes which are important not only for the development of some chronic diseases, but also for some infectious diseases. What barriers Dr. Lara Riegos found in this case, in this study? Well, he found that communication and it's a barrier and lack of validated instruments to analyze sociocultural variables. So as Dr. Llerena suggests, there could be social scientists involved in this kind of studies. Yeah, another very big deal is the distrust of populations in the research team. This is something we faced frequently with communities. So induction strategies are missing for the introduction of the research team in the communities. And, of course, the customs and uses in communities that are not disclosed to the research team. What they propose in order to improve this is that projects must be proposed taking into account the sociocultural context as variables to be evaluated. Patients should be treated in their native language, which we are trying to keep in mind at all times, and the treatments based on their cultural resources. And bridges must be established between the dominant culture of health services and the different cultures of the population that receive those to generate health programs with an intercultural approach. In this case, what we found is that we should take in account all the traditional medicine in order to make a synergist with the drugs that we are administrating. The conclusion of this study is that based on the scientific information that we presented, an international policy that proposed health programs with an intercultural approach should be established. Some pictures about the attention of some Mayan patients. Okay. Okay. So I want to make a little stop in this case, because in most of Latin American countries, there is a phenomenon, a very sad phenomenon, in fact, which means that most of the population are sick from diabetes, obesity, hypertension. But the problem is that women must face another problem, another big problem. This is related to increasing the mortality and morbidity in pregnant diseases. So, in fact, preeclampsia and bleeding at the postpartum stage are the main causes of mortality in women in Mexico and many other Latin American countries. In this case, as I said, preeclampsia and postpartum hemorrhage are the leading causes of mortality in women. These rates increase substantially in indigenous women. But this is, the point here is that this is because they have a lack of attention or proper attention, so it is important to study this kind of population. At the same time, as you know, the pregnant women also become sick, and become sick for many other diseases, the occurrence diseases. So it makes mandatory to use, unfortunately, we have to use some drugs in order to treat those diseases. But these drugs must be administered at the right dose, at the right gestational age, and the time of administration in order to be safe for the mother and the fetus. So in this case, we performed some research in pregnant mothers in Mexico. And the point is that we start with this project, the identification of maternal, paternal, and placental biomarkers to diagnosis and prognostic markers for preeclampsia. The objective of this was to identify these diagnosis and prognosis markers. However, the challenge with this kind of patients is that is to identify genetic susceptibility markers for the development of preeclampsia in women, even before pregnancy. That's a very, very important thing because we found that most of the studies performed in pregnant women are performed after pregnancy. So it is hard to understand, for example, the women ask us very frequently, how this will be useful for me if you are taking the sample after pregnancy. So we are trying to perform a study in order to found these markers that will be useful before. However, we found some barriers, and these barriers, unfortunately, are related to health personnel at hospitals. Most of the gynecology and obstetric personnel are not interested in this kind of research. So we have to fight again and again in order to do these kind of studies. The differences in diagnostic criteria is also a barrier important because the diagnostic criteria are different even in the same city between hospitals. So we have to face that problem. And one that is very unfortunate is the cultural aspects and the paternal participation. Sometimes we are able to take some samples from the mother. However, they have to ask for her partner if she is allowed to become part of the project, of the experiment. And then the partner says, no, I don't want you to participate in these kind of studies, so we have to discard the sample. And it's very, very frequent that we are facing this, and this is related obviously to cultural aspects. What we found, we have some other results, but the main are those related to endothelin gene, which is a hypertensor. The main hypertensor, natural, revealed that the father has a role as a protector. And mutations in kinase gene showed association with disease development. The objective, now, in the second point, in the personalized medicine to improve drug response in pregnancy, the objective was to identify pharmacogenetic biomarkers to improve the pharmacology response during pregnancy. As you can guess, it is really, really hard to perform these kind of studies. The challenge is to improve these treatments in pregnancy with minor effects in the maternal and fetal well-being. And the barriers we have faced is the lack of interest, it's the same as in search for markers in preeclampsia, diagnostic failures, and cultural aspects because it has an emphasis in indigenous populations. It is hard to make understand to indigenous populations the advantage that they could have in the future to this kind of results. And the main results we found is that some genetic biomarkers in drug transporters were associated to failure in the clinical response to antihypertensives in women with preeclampsia, particularly in genes like NAT2. And also, after this or through these studies, we found an evidence of placental metabolism on antihypertensives. What we found was that after the administration of the drug, some genes expressed in the placenta related to the control of blood pressure are overexpressed. So placenta is not only an organ, a passive organ, which is engaged in the transfer of nutrients and trash between mother and fetus, but also it is involved in some other issues, such as metabolism of some drugs. What we propose, return results in a culturally understandable format, the capacity to sustain collaborative research with hospitals focused on their health priorities, sensitize patients, physicians, and medical students on the importance of studies in pregnant women, uniform the diagnostic criteria and treatment guidelines through public health programs, and what regulation we have to perform to obtain, obviously, by ethic and research committees, approval, and obviously to make firm the patients with an informed consent sheet, to explain clearly to the patients the potential health benefits, and all participants, as I said, provide written and informed consent. Now, the conclusion is that personalized medicine strategies must be developed to ensure the maternal and fetal well-being. And we are now moving to the southern part of the continent. Some studies performed by Dr. Enrique Terán. So Dr. Enrique Terán performed two kinds of studies. One of those is related to identify biomarkers for diabetes on indigenous populations, and he's also interested in the identifications of markers for preeclampsia and pregnant well-being. So Dr. Terán and his group is trying to identify or perform some personalized medicine in these kind of populations, and he has a couple of problems. The problem one is preeclampsia. He's devoted to preeclampsia. As I said, is the first cause of maternal and neonatal morbidity and mortality in Ecuador. It affects approximately 20% of women, and is much more frequent in teenagers and indigenous people. As you can see, worldwide, the incidence of preeclampsia is around 8%. In Ecuador, it reached 20%, and some African countries, like I think it's Nigeria, it reached like 36%. So it is a really, really health problem. And the challenge is to develop screening methods for early detection and treatment of preeclamptic women. What barriers Dr. Terán found is the lack of interest of the health authorities for our results, limited resources. In fact, this limitation is for all kinds of studies in Latin America, and the geographical and cultural accessibility. The main result is that there is a genetic variability in Ecuadorian women with preeclampsia. There is a different response to antihypertensive drugs, and several mechanisms identified as potential targets for intervention. The problem two is that related to obesity, overweight, and diabetes, which is affecting most of Ecuadorian people, both children and teenagers and adults and elderly. This is affecting more mestizos than indigenous subjects, and it could be related to the availability of some kind of foods. And response rates to treatment is different among them. So this reinforces the necessity of this kind of studies because the response is different between populations. The objective was to better understand the risk and protective factors for metabolic diseases and treatments. The barriers Dr. Terán in this kind of study found was that there is, again, lack of interest of the health authorities for our results, limited resources, and a hard accessibility to some places. The main results, he found also genetic variability in Ecuadorian people, different response to anti-diabetes drugs, and several mechanisms have been identified as potential targets for intervention. The conclusion of these studies is the high disease rates and differences in treatment response make Ecuadorian population different to other populations, and there should be some specific treatment guidelines which should be considered. As a general conclusion, the Latin Americans are the results of genetic admixture between indigenous and Caucasian populations together with an adverse environment made them more susceptible to some diseases. And it is important to consider specific genetic markers for these populations in order to provide more accurate diagnostic procedures and more rational therapeutic options. Thanks a lot.
I will give the floor to the President, to Professor Rego, because we are at the end of the session. Please, if you can, I'll give you the responsibility to close the meeting. In that way, I will not be responsible. Lunchtime was 1:30. I think we arrived we are safe. But please, if you take the chair and you make the final dialogue, we will have lunch together. And probably all RIBEF and CIOMS group, we're small, will be in a room, so probably we will have time to discuss personally. Okay? In order to make things easy, you have the floor, you conduct the final.
Thank you, and I think we should probably try to use the time in a way that if people have still questions, I would take some questions. Yes, please.
You do a very interesting job, and I'm not doubting the importance of pharmacogenetics, but pharmacogenetics doesn't tell you what is the correct dose. So I was just wondering whether you have some cooperation on therapeutic drug monitoring, bedside therapeutic drug monitoring, or inside therapeutic drug monitoring, because the combination of pharmacogenetics and therapeutic drug monitoring may really change the world, but probably pharmacogenetic alone is not achieving what you are going to achieve.
Sure. Okay. Well, effectively, pharmacogenetic doesn't resolve by itself the problems, but we have to perform some monitoring of drugs, which we are trying to do with pharmacokinetics, for example, pharmacokinetic studies, and then we are trying to translate these combined results to some future studies in which we are trying to perform some more rational administration of the drugs. In fact, as you can know, for sure, there is a hospital in the United States. I don't remember exactly what is the name of this hospital, which is doing some research on leukemia in children. So they have some guidelines, specific guidelines, based on pharmacogenetic markers to administrate some drugs. However, when we try to duplicate or resample these studies in Mexico, we couldn't find such markers. Our children doesn't respond properly to the same doses. So that's, we can play them with doses, regimen doses, etc., etc. I don't know if I respond your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you for a very nice presentation. I just wanted to ask you, because in many of our ethics committee meetings, we recommend having community advisory boards, or having members of the community or the indigenous population participate in the deliberations of the ethics committee in order to make the research more tailor-made to this. So have you sort of had an experience, or have you tried that, to have a community representative come in or have community advisory boards?
No.
Thank you.
The answer is, unfortunately, no. We should try to make participants of these ethics committees to indigenous population. I mean, unfortunately, it is hard to make these people get outside from their communities because it's far away. Sometimes 100 kilometers, it takes 12 hours or more to arrive. So it is hard for the people to move out. We should try to find some mechanisms in order to make participants of this kind of committees to the leaders of the communities in indigenous population, but I'm sorry, no, we don't perform it. Yep.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentations. I was wondering, you did not, I think, mention about the cost of doing these tests and sustainability of doing this in the future, because if you find that you have identified risk factors, that I suppose would need to be, developed further, and then you need some support, financial support. So,
yep.
What's the next step?
All right. Yeah, it's a very, very good question. In fact, we have some grants, some supports from the National Consejo Nacional de Ciencia y Tecnología from Mexico, National Council of Science and Technology in Mexico. So they provide us with some money in order to perform this kind of studies. Unfortunately, we have not found the proper media, the proper ways in order to translate the results we have to to the health authorities. So, yeah, it's a problem because sometimes they believe that these genetic markers are not useful. So they derive the money to some other kind of studies, more epidemiological, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we don't have a mechanism, but we should try to search, to find. We receive proposals. Okay, sorry.
I've got the mic. Could I ask a very general question? Just to get an idea of the scale, roughly how many ethnic minority groups, however you define them, are there in the Americas?
Sorry, I lost you. I'm so sorry.
We've been talking about ethnic minority groups all morning. How many are there in the Americas, roughly?
Roughly, in America, in Latin America? Ooh. Kind of, maybe Dr. Sosa and Dr. Terán can respond much better that question. Marta, la población total, the total population, the total indigenous population in Latin America, Dr. Terán, roughly how many people, how many population are?
I would guess that it should represent around 10-15% of the population in Latin America. It varies country by country, but it should be between...
That's not my question. My question
Sorry.
is how many groups are there? I mean, if we want to have pharmacogenetic profiles, then of course we need to discuss sample sizes and so on, but how many of these groups are there?
Okay. At least in Mexico, there is roughly 65 ethnic groups. However, most of them are very, very small groups and very tight groups inside the mountains of Mexico. So sometimes to perform this kind of studies in this kind of population is not representative of the general indigenous population. I don't know for sure if Dr. Terán has another numbers.
Thank you. Yes, please. I have a question for Dr. Terán. He mentioned that 20% of the population, the women in reproductive age, has the risk of having preeclampsia or eclampsia, and that there are genetic markers. This is a public health problem. So I wonder what has been the response of the Ecuadorian government, because this goes beyond the conventional research to address this problem. What has been done?
Yeah, I mean, it is a very huge problem. We have been fighting 20 years almost with that problem. Is a cumulative problem of several factors: teenager pregnancy, lack of prenatal care, undernutrition, poverty, etc. So what the government tried to do is try to identify very early preeclampsia risk factors. However, the problem is sustainability, because the tests currently available are very expensive for the system. So they try to provide those in the bigger cities where the problem is lower. The farther you are from the bigger cities, the higher is the prevalence. So we are trying to develop our own methods to detect early preeclampsia. The problem is that our successful is still limited by accessibility, because we need someone to sponsor our tests to be validated broadly and to determine if that works or not. We, for example, were unsuccessful to replicate what happened with the U.S. population. So, for example, aspirin, low doses of aspirin, are not working in Ecuadorian population. That is probably due to a genetic factor that women receiving low doses of aspirin still get preeclampsia in Ecuador. Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Okay. I don't have actually a question, I have a comment, because it has been very interesting. One thing about this network is how much effort has been put on having phenotypes, not only genotypes, phenotypes, on having the characterization of the subjects. And that's an important thing, because we can never forget, we the geneticists, that pharmacogenetics, or the genetic marker, is a proxy.
Yeah.
It's always a proxy. And the proxies, they go out of fashion, especially when we use it for other things. So I was looking in the beginning of our darlings, the 2D6, the 2C8, 919, all that. And I came to mind of a phrase when I lived in the UK. I heard from someone, when your only tool is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And I think that we're reaching a point here which these tools, and because the complaint was always the same, they don't predict, they don't predict, they don't predict. Yeah, so it's reaching a crisis now in this network where you found that it doesn't work. This needs a new technological step, obviously. I'm sure that the next step, if you can use next generation sequencing in order to have actually access to the full genes, will change completely this scenario, and things are getting cheaper. Otherwise, we'll be always having this kind of issues. It's really the proxy has to be optimized, and that's something that I think that with these 6,000 these gigantic banks that you have, you should think in those terms. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very good comment, and actually what I would like to say is there is a lot of work, and extremely good work has been done, but how you translate it into the doable actions that would make a difference, because it's one is to monitor this, but then how you translate it to some meaningful actions. And I think this is increasingly a problem, probably. And if somebody from the speakers has a good example where the scientific work has been translated into the actionable action, that would be good to hear, if there is any examples of that. Anybody wants to comment on that? Okay, Nick, let's go further.
Yeah, G6PD genotyping has been used to profile risk for oxidative hemolysis following primaquine in different ethnic minority groups in Southeast Asia, and that's directed the radical cure of vivax malaria regimes.
So
I think that was the problem, that we are calling too many things biomarkers, okay? And we should differentiate what is actually clinically actionable, and there are some examples like warfarin, clopidogrel, in pharmacogenetics. Some of them may work, we may improve how they work in Native American population. I wouldn't say that they don't work, okay? Even because they maybe don't work in specific populations that are isolated, but in the general population, there is a continuum between these populations. Even Native American population, we have very good examples of isolated populations, but we also have a large amount of Native American population that some of them are much more mestizos, and in which it's better to use these tools that not to use them. Okay? And I think that the other problem is to differentiate which is actually an epidemiological association to what is actually clinically actionable. Okay? fact that we have so many false positive results. And we have so many false positive results because we don't replicate, we don't have enough sample size in our studies, and repeatedly having positive, false positives is actually a factor that sometimes make people less interested.
Okay, thank you. That is, yes, please, go ahead.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate. I want to know from your group that's done all this work, all of you, is it a good to have or is it a must have? Especially taking into consideration the challenges and what came out loud and clear was the social determinants. So we look at equity, we look at access, we look at understanding, we look at language barriers, etc., etc., etc. So if we had to actually put this into, in a line, is it a must-have or is it a good to have, something that we need to aspire to? However, we've got to look at the equity and other issues first. What should be addressed? Because it's pointless us putting together guidance and guidelines when we're not going to be able to implement. And I'm talking from my experiences on the ground in Africa. So how would you advise your scientists, your governments, your funders going forward?
Ooh, it's a really, really hard question. Well, as I said in the presentation, it is hard to move, from the basic research to implement some more broad research, to implement some policies, some health policies. Because as Dr. Tarazona says, sometimes to replicate the results in some populations is hard to replicate in other. So this is in one side. The other side is how we can make an effort to join all these factors, such as the language barrier and all this stuff, in order to perform a kind of algorithm that will be useful for all populations in order to be more visible for the health authorities. I don't know, it's sorry.
Okay, last question, please.
Thanks. I agree with Ames on the different factors that need to be addressed before we get to genetic variability. Also, I'd like to say Eduardo said something very important, I think, clinical actionability. Because in the end, what it refers to is the patient that the physician has in front of him or her. And what do I need to do for this particular patient? And the awareness efforts on the genetic polymorphisms, for instance, I think are very important in that respect. If it is in a particular population 3% slow metabolizers or 10%, there's still the other 97 or 90% that are not slow metabolizers. And so I think the awareness helps in terms of understanding that there might be differences, and then also really tailoring the treatment to that particular patient. Because if you look at it from a population perspective, you never get really to what do I need to do for this particular patient who is in front of me. And in order to do that, I think we need to have everybody around the table, the geneticists, the physicians, actually policymakers as well, and governments in order to come to a consensus on this.
Thank you. It's true that not all that produces a nice PhD produces a difference in real medical practice. There are far more PhDs than real changes in medical practice, so we have to live with this knowledge. And with this very positive note, I'll conclude this session and we'll go to the lunch, and we'll continue the discussions during lunchtime, and of course after the lunch. I think I would like then to give an applause to all the terrific presenters with all the very good and very rich presentation. So